Moin und hallo und herzlich willkommen! Holy shit, das ist zu Tideredas of Numenera! Ich hoffe, das ist ein... wunderschönen Tag. Ich habe heute festgestellt, dass auf meinem Grünzeug Blattläuse sind. Das ist sehr traurig. Ansonsten... ja. Tideredas of Numenera, heute geht weiter. Alles super, alles schön. Ich weiß nicht, ob ich aktualisiert habe. Ist mir jetzt erstmal egal. Und for non-German speaking audience live and on the walls. Hello, welcome to Tideredas of Numenera Part 2, Session 2. Whatever you want to call it. We're going to start to finish this game, even though we even started. And maybe this time we will finally get a fight. Who knows? Maybe not. Maybe. Nobody knows. Okay. Last time we started to look through the city. Haben ein bisschen rumgeschaut, ein bisschen untersucht, ein bisschen geschaut, was los ist, was abgeht. Finished our first quest. The part where we had the suture eggs lying around. And we had to... Why is it so loud? 1 second. And we had to give them back. And we finished here with this tormented levy.
All right.
You following me for a reason?
Let's go.
This silent and ancient machine casts a long shadow. As you study it, your breath stutters in your chest and your hands shake. You can't help feeling as though you have stood in this exact spot before. Keine Punkte mehr. Fehler. Yeah. Aus diesem Grund sollte man immer speichern und vorwärts gehen. Also. Oh, das ist der falsche Save. Heute ist ein wunderschöner Tag, ey. Ganz ehrlich. Draußen ist höllisch warm. Nicht so warm wie in den letzten Tagen. Kann ich verstehen, ist mir auch erstmal egal.
Yes, now.
Okay, neuer Versuch. Of course.
All right.
And I'm really sorry for the part of wrong and awful introduction. My brain is not working anymore. Even though... I don't know. I just don't want to be a bit more professional. It's so lame to be professional and perfect. You close your eyes to better concentrate, sinking in the currents of a memory that does not belong to you, or at least the body you are in, and you hear the thunderous heartbeats of the operational generator calling you from across centuries. You open cold, focused eyes, ignoring the screams, the drifting tangles of black smoke. Your attention is solely focused on the health of the machine's heartbeat. You reach into the hissing guts of the generator, adjusting and tuning, hoping. The heartbeats fade into the past, and your body's hand, rests on the rusty surface of the long-dead generator. Examine. Your hands slip over the cobbled together components and greasy cables, the buttons worn by frequent use. It is a strange accomplishment, this machine, clumsy but deft. Amateurish but masterful. Only a brilliant mind could have melded so many disparate parts into a functional device. Unfamiliar memories whisper to you. This device was used, though you don't know how, to generate a field that unmoored everything within it from time itself. Your fingers scrape a rough patch, lifting them. You see a circunate symbol etched into the side like a maker's mark. Ah. Ich habe das Gefühl, so eine Blattlaus hat sich in meine Nase verschanzt. Excuse me? Boah. Okay. Let's try to beat him in again. Ah, I'm out of points. Oh, this is awful. Okay.
Go.
Alger, where am I?
Fine.
Gernot. This old man's skin is covered in makeup, painstakingly drawn to resemble dark stone. His eyes widen briefly as he notices you, and his face and neck hardens into actual obsidian for a moment. Then he smiles and nods at you. His features mobile once more. Welcome, welcome, he says. Sorry about the stone polymorphic flesh modification. You see, I didn't see you walk up, and I assumed you were going to cut my throat and take my chirurgical power for yourself. Why would you think such a thing? I do good business here. The old man shrugs. If I were a younger man looking to make a name for myself in the city, I will kill me too. My chirurgical power is marvel of the prior world, you see. Just pick an item or service, pay my outrageous fees, and after only too long period of fairly safe but indescribable agony, you walk away with some horrible numenera bits wiring away inside you. He pokes a few buttons on a device strapped to his wrist, and lights twinkle across his length. A dark glassy lens focuses on you. Well, interested? I can't help noticing that you're a very honest man. Well spotted, he says, nodding. Clear streaks of quartz run up his prominent cheekbones, revealing the muscle beneath. It's a side effect of my modifications. Couldn't lie to you if I backed me to. He shrugs. Honestly, I usually add a hindrance to a businessman, but people seem to like it. It's a blessing in my opinion. How did you come to own this parlor? It was originally a partnership, he says. While colleagues and I spent 2 years digging it out and getting the home that's working. He sighs. Of course we had to test the drones before we tried them on anyone else. Customers getting skinned alive on opening day is bad for business. Turns out that was a wise move. Gorner chose an intelligence modification on the drone's cut off his head to work on it more directly. Maya picked strength and the drone sliced off her arms. They defaulted to severe in those days. Sever? He smites fondly. Anyway, 6 partners later, I was the sole proprietor. I worked out the kings, and here we are, with no fatalities, and he thinks month. No fatalities in month. The strongest survived, of course. It might not have been me, but well, it was. Show me a list, please. Of course, he says, tapping a few buttons on the broad device and circling his wrist. The lens beams a cone of light directly into your eye, which immediately begins watering. Blinking, you see a menu of items seemingly hanging in the air. What are blood nanites? It's quite simple, he says. The drones fill your blood with millions of tiny machines that promptly begin devouring you alive until they learn to differentiate between your body and anything that's not supposed to be in there. After that, they will do their level best to purge toxins and illness from your body with every pump of your heart. He pauses. In case I wasn't clear, this is what is really going to hurt. 95 shins. Paid in advance, please. Thank you. Claw gauntlet. I knew it would catch your eye, he says, digging you in the ribs. We plant long horror rods in your forms with steel blades sheathed inside. Just flick wrists and out they pop, surprising anyone who's mistook you for unarmed. He demonstrates with his unoccupied wrist, making little shk sounds. 125 shins for the weapon and the work both. Thank you. The jacked memory. This, he says with a raised finger, is a tricky one. It's a mesh that fused through your skin, leaving jagged marks like tattoos. When you attack, you always hit your enemy's old wound, even if they weren't there before. Told you it was a tricky one. He beams proudly. Yours for 110 shins. Thank you. The encroaching darkness. A beguiling name, isn't it? He says, his laugh lines crinkle. I'm glad you like it. Because I'm not quite sure what it does. It's a living creature, you see, that crawls around your body while you sleep. Eventually it takes root in your nervous system and does something. He shrugs. Could be good, could be bad, could be both. It certainly won't be boring. Oh, thank you! The numenera analyzer. It's quite safe, he says, nodding. Most of the time, in almost 3 out of 5 cases, and the procedure couldn't be simpler. The drone simply saw your skull open, shove an implant in the right spot, and seal everything back up again. He claps his hands. Once they do that, the implant will help you identify the purposes of unknown numenera. It costs 95 shins, but it pays for itself. An artificial eyeball, really? Very popular item, he says, nodding. That meat won't wear out so easily. This one never does, and it will help you spot things normal eye miss. All it takes is one-time cost of 110 shins and a tremendously unpleasant operation. No, thank you. How painful are these procedures? That's a popular question, he says, and those vary from procedure to procedure, but if you're seeking a general area... He taps his chin thoughtfully. My customers usually range between shrieking for merciful death and groaning while soiling themselves, if that helps, but they almost always seem happy with the results when they survive. He smiles. Now, are you ready to buy something? Different questions? Farewell. I miss you, but I miss your money. He's awfully honest. The shape of this operating table provides little information regarding the psychology of the beings it was originally designed to treat. The books jamming the shelves of this desk are divided equally between obscure medical texts and mechanical how-to manuals. Do I really want to do that? I mean... Fuck. I kind of want to have the eye. Okay. Okay. We will do that. they crouch in darkness. Ah, the living tattoos with a mysterious purpose. I would take the darkness. The drones close in, opening various hatches. Tendrils plunge out of the cavities and winding around your head. Icy, oily daggers plunge through your spine, warming through throats, your arms and legs. Your muffled screams sound very far away. The tendrils abruptly unwind from your face, leaving you gasping for air. You lie still for a moment, feeling your new tenant writing through the dark channels of your body, leaving tangled brands on the surface of your skin in its wake. Do you know, Jonas says, that you're the first person to buy this enhancement? Well, I say enhancement, but I'm not really sure what it said. He claps his hand. Well, can I interest you in anything else? The anchor... okay, ability. Let me see. Oh! He has 8 points of health. That's cute. This tiny ink-black blot is a living creature made of thick fluid. When applied to skin, it can shape itself into a number of different kinds of black tattoos, shifting easily into complex glyph shapes. When the wearer is asleep, the dark crawls over the skin, changing into new patterns as it finds a new place on the body to rest. When it has found a suitable spot, its tendrils dig deep into the flesh, providing some form of restorative boon. The exact nature and origin of the encroaching darkness is hard to determine. Even priests have debated whether an individual darkness is in fact one entity or an entire civilization living on another being's skin. The relation of the darkness to the wearer is meant to be symbiotic, but the symbiosis appears imperfect. Okay. So, well, now I want to have that back. Okay. Give me the eye. You won't regret it. Well, you might during the procedure, but after you won't regret it. Ah! A drone holds your head, merciless, rigid, while another approaches, claws outstretched. Pluck! Your head is screaming at you, and you're pretty sure you're screaming back. A third drone, a gleaming blur behind the pane, approaches with a new eye gently clasped its claw. Shunk. The drones release you, groaning and clutching your head. You feel the new eye squirming into your socket, connecting with the nerves there. Then the pain stops. You study your hand, noticing a scar on your hand that you've never seen before. Amazing, isn't this? Journal says. All you need of anything else. Took 5 damage. Okay, let's see. Oh. One perception. Okay. Huh. Unlocks the conversation options. I kind of like that. The thing is, I really want to know what the others are. So this will take a while. Okay, let's try that. I'll take it. A drone streaks past, dropping a fine flexible mesh over your forearm. The resulting sizzle, you realize, is your flesh melting. You're not quite sure what the popping sensation in your elbows are, but you're too busy screaming to figure it out. Your vision clears along with the smoke rising from your child flesh. An ethereal weapon called from a distant time shimmers against your palm. With the thought, you banish it back to where it came. Summon it again. Banish. Interesting. All done? Then he says, good. Can't interest you for something else. Jacked memories. Okay, let's see. Damage on melee weapon attack. Okay. I don't like that, to be honest. Gauntlets, blood mana. I guess this is against any illness. Das war... Whoa! Sorry! Healing without a need. Can I just use that? Or was it for a fight? Where are my abilities? There's a map? Why is there a map? Holy shit.
Yes?
Character abilities.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to regret it, I know that. But I want that eye. Farewell. Thank you very much. I will save a eye. Okay, you. This is awkward. I don't want to know what happens to me after that. The mutant boy gazed at the entrance to the chirurgical parlor, flinching at each scratch of the razor metal on metal from within. By your estimation, he is in the late teens, but it's the size of a young, malnourished child. His arms are little more than bone wrapped in red speckled skin. A raw line zigzags down between his mismatched eyes and over his blade on the nose of a nose, as if pointing directly at his thin lips. He sees you looking, and bird-like muscles flecken his frail jaw. Get a good look, he says, lifting his chin. Or maybe you want to call me some names? I hear Actual Lord, maybe Lightning Bolt. I get one from time to time. He crosses his bony arms and glares at you. Don't let me stop you. Call me some names, laugh. Do it now, because in another few minutes I be the one laughing. I'm not laughing, and I'm sorry if I offended you. I don't want you to apologize, he sighs. You didn't offend me, believe me. I'm used to this by now. Aren't going to be the butt of everyone's joke anymore, he says. Electricity sizzles briefly with the nearby parlor. This time he does not flinch away. Lightning flickers trapped in his determined eyes. I have some money, right? I'm going to use it to change myself. I change everything I can. What sort of changes are you considering? Right, he says with a bitter laugh. Like I'm going to take advice from a girl. You don't like women? What? No, I like women, and they like laughing at me. We get along just fine. I'm not laughing at you. Uh-huh. You're talking to me out of charity or pity? I don't want either. Can everyone buy improvements from the parlor? Yes, he says. You pay the keeper and the rooms will make your body the way you want. Farewell. Baron Gromont Aitashi. Oh, this is a bit loud for my taste. Oh, sorry. I'm not much of a talker, but I like listening. Surprise briefly registers on the cultist's face when she sees you two. Then she inclines her head respectfully. Beloved vassal, I don't believe we've met before. Do Kashmir and Mimian know you're visiting us? Were Kashmir and Mimian? They represent those of us who honor the changing God. She inclines her head to you again. Your eternal father. They can be found in Circus Minor. You seem less differential than some of the other cultists. Why? Not all of us revere your father, she says carefully. We simply honor him for his boundless wisdom and bottomless knowledge. Wish to emulate him. She clears her throat. But worship him? No. Good day to you. Fidgets. Huh?
Let's go.
The salty air only partially mutes the cloud of putrid sweetness clinging to this jumble of fallen wood, stone and iron. Until recently this was someone's home, but the unstable ground must have caused it to collapse. Such rubbles for clue. You shift aside broken pieces of furniture and small pieces of rubble, but you find nothing of value. After a short while you realize what has happened. Someone has already picked through the ruins and taken the more accessible valuables. You stand back concentrating. Nothing about the pile of stone is familiar, but the view from where the door once stood, a boundless horizon falling into the sea, is...
Making a note.
This appears to be the house where the cast-off once lived, but either he left no clues of his identity or they were taken by the scavengers. It might be helpful to ask around the area and see if anyone spotted someone looting this house. Can I save? Can we save?
All right.
Study the horizon. That worked. Fingers of wind rake at your face. You squint into the sunlight, trying to remember. You stood here before. You know you have. Letting your thoughts untangle, the skyline tilts and you stagger as the memories engulfs you. You grip the edge of the crude banister, grimacing at the sea. The calm of the sea no longer touches you as it once did, nor you realize doth this body. You smile at your own impatience. Your restlessness must rival the ocean itself.
Making a note.
A gust of salty air bears the memory away in ribbons, leaving your mind etching and dry atop the ruins of the house. There's little doubt now, the changing God and the cast-off killed by the sorrow once lived here. So, then I save.
Yes.
And try the might. Dig through the pile to find the source of the stench. Does someone of you have... 50-50. Yay! The smells intensifies as you head aside the slab of the ceiling. A swarm of startled insects spins away into the sky, revealing the body of a young woman torn and crushed. An invisible hand rips the air from your chest and the strength from your legs. You're feeling a presence close around you, a heat on your back. Shut her eyes. You push the blood-matted hair out of her face with trembling fingertips and close her eyes. The heat builds against your back like a bonfire. Suddenly a cool hand covers your burning eyes. A smooth arm folds over your stomach.
Making a note.
And just like that, the heat is gone. You whirl around, no one is there, but you sense something that's changed in the labyrinth. A new reflection is forming in the labyrinth? What labyrinth? Oh, I can go back? This is amazing. Nice. So let's see. Dendra? War cultist, what are you doing? The flesh creeps if you let it. If you let it. Mercenary Lord Vantkin. Okay, let's talk to Mr. Vantkin. Declaiming to the crowd is a well-dressed but sickly-looking man, short, dumpy, and an unhealthy shade of yellow. Despite this, he has the proud demeanor and the stentorian voice of a much larger man. He booms at you as you approach. Ah, another likely lady. Excellent. The people have called for the deliverance from the ravaging stitches, and the hero has answered. Most courageous of you. You are all heroes who stand up in the face of conflict. He frowns as he gets a better look at you. Wait, I know you. Oh, you're the one who made peace with the Stitcher. Commendable. Well, I'm afraid one of your new friends didn't hear about the end of hostilities. He's running rogue here in Clove's Edge. He looks uneasily at the crowd. If these people get hold of her, things might go badly, and all your work will have been for nothing. Best if you were to find it first and learn to tell and time it precise where it is, I will take from there. He pats you on the shoulder, and you will be rewarded. I promise that. As the head of a slave family, I will owe you a favor, and my favor carries a good deal of weight. Tell me about yourself. He puts a hand to his chest and raises his chins. I am Jas Vantkin of House Vantkin, one of the most respected of the slave families. I also have the honor of serving on the council. He looks around him uneasily. I don't usually descend to this neighborhood, but in such a crisis one must put one's finer feelings aside and do what one can do for one's city. Who are the slave families? He puffs up with pride. We are the descendants of the slaves who rose up with Sheila the Great. They smashed the oligarchs who ruled the city and replaced their despotism with fair and egalitarian leadership, creating a city where anyone can achieve anything if they only try. So basically America. Hello. Greetings and salutations. I hope you had a beautiful day, my friend. I'm sorry, I touched my mic again. God, can you tell me about Cliff's Edge? Alas, I rarely pass through these miserable streets, so I know little about them, but I know where my city needs me. Okay, farewell, bitch.
Yes.
Yes. Eritis. Eritis. Huh? This hatch appears to be the only visible means to enter the building. It's firmly sealed. Airships are known to be nearly uncrushable and crashable due to their leisurely cruising speed and simplified controls. This crash must have taken a rather unique confluence of events to occur. The first thing you notice about this wiry young man is the golden haze, the glow, surrounding him. It sparkles in his eyes and gives his easy grin a warmth that you can feel right down your gut. He spots you and straightens.
I know what you're thinking. How in the world did you survive that crash, Eritis? The answer is, as it always is, backflips. But hold on. How did you know my name? Never mind. Not important. Of course you know my name. I'm Eritis.
He plants his hands on his skinny hips and beams. This adventure is going nowhere. We are standing still. It is beginning. When? Your thoughts are strange. Thoughts? Arid's eyes widen in alarm. I try to avoid those. They have agendas, you know, thinking, planning, plotting. He shakes his head. No, heroic instinct. That's always the best. She hears us. Impossible. I can hear your surface thoughts. Why are they so different from what you're saying? If I have thoughts, madam, then that's new to me. Are you sure she can't hear us? We are certain. How did you end up crashing the airship? I'm glad you asked. This is somewhat of an understatement. He looks ecstatic. I was climbing up the cliffs to Caravanserai to see how impossible it was when I saw a star falling toward the reef. He raises an earnest finger. I knew right then that finding that star was my destiny. He runs his hands through the curls. But what was I going to do? Climb down? Boring. Already did it the other way. Walk? Walk? Where is far worse? Not fun at all. Tell them about the backflip. No one cares about the backflip. Tell them. He grins. Then I saw the airship docked over my head. I raced on up, borrowed the ship, and pointed it right at the reef. His face folds. I don't know what happened next. Despite my expert piloting, the airship steered itself directly at the cliffs. I had no choice. I landed it as fast, hard, and safely as possible. Shaking his head, he sighs. I never did find that falling star. At this point, someone else has found it, and it's their destiny. You're in luck. The falling star was me. No! I would shout overjoyed. Yes! Really? It was really you? He grabs you by both shoulders. This is fate! You were meant to travel with me. You have to. Don't say no. They will lead us to glory. They will lead us to pain. Join them! Join them! Yeah. I want you to join me. Of course you do. I'm ready. I'm always ready. I love this guy! He's amazing! Holy shit!
What? Are we ready to go?
To catch Eris staring at the sky with a distant look in his eyes. His strangely pale skin is nearly bronze and a golden glow surrounding him.
I should climb a building. No, a tower. And jump off the top. Should it be on fire? Yes. Yes and yes.
Yes, yes and yes. Hero's losing focus. Who cares? Are you actually thinking of setting buildings on fire? No, he says, shocked. Not today, anyway. We have things to do. That distant look resurfaces, along with a need to so deep it approaches hunger. I'm just planning ahead, for if things get... He grimaces, as if the word he's trying to say pains him. Temporarily safe? Well put, he says, delighted. I couldn't have said it better myself. I knew you were meant to share my story. Stretching happily, he continues. But you aren't here to talk about me, he blinks. Or are you? I have some questions. I'm not surprised, he says, please. I'm incredibly interesting. What do you want to know? I keep hearing voices in your head telling you what to do. A loud one and a quiet one. The glow abruptly fades from Eretus. He looks older, plainer, exhausted beyond endurance. What? No, come back, he will wake up. She hears us. We told you. Perception, okay. Then the golden light returns, a savage explosion of radiance and heat, driving you back a step. Even half blinded, you see that the glow is coming from within him, springing from his pores like tiny stars. Eretz regards you calmly from within the pulse nova. He's almost unbearably handsome. I have no idea what you're talking about. A clever evasion! I convince her she's not interested in this. Let's talk about something else now. You aren't interested in this. His voice is dull and dreamy, and his eyes wander around your face without seeing you. Then the glow recedes like a retreating wave, and Eretz blinks. He sees that you're looking his way, then looks behind him to see what you're staring at. What happened to you when I ask about the voices in your head? You never ask me about voices in my head, Eretz says, rolling his eye. I would have remembered a crazy question like that. I never heard the name Eretus before. What does it mean? Names mean things, he says, gaping. I thought they were just there to put words on faces. He frowns. I should mean fast, or possibly handsome, but I really have no idea. Do you know what your name means? He says, turning to your other companions. Honest, Toby says, flashing his teeth. My dear mother was a woman of unwarranted hopes. I think it suits you, Eretz says earnestly. I hope mine doesn't mean thief. No one would trust me anymore. Hold on, he says, ripping a much-folded page from his doublet. This sounds like an exciting quest to set off and someday, he writes furiously, tongue peeking from between his teeth. Discover secret meaning of name. Done! He tucks the page back into his doublet, grinning. Oh, where do you come from? I came out of the west, Eretz declares, his glow intensifying, travelling day and night to escape the hired killers hounding my every step. Well, that's not what I meant. Where did you come from originally? From the storm of the south. At first I think it was only an outline in the clouds of dust, but then... Eretz leaned forward, palms spread, eye wide. I emerge! Swords in every hand, cape swirling. You should have been there. Yeah, I don't think you understand me. Where you're born? That is a strange question, he says, his gloom dimming. Babies aren't interesting. Then he brightens. Literally, of course. You're asking when I realized I was a hero. No, I'm trying to figure out your literal place of birth, Eretz, where you grew up. Who knows, he says, waving a careless hand. Who cares? Heroes come from villages, so that's probably where I'm from. A village. What is that glow surrounding you? What glow? Seriously, what is that glow surrounding you? I don't see anything. Oh my goodness, okay. Let's talk another time. Thank you very much for that talk. You were an interesting person. Yeah. I mean, you're literally looking at a game that is one of is a spiritual successor of one of the most loved isometric point and click action adventures of the last centuries. Torment, if I remember. Was it Tides or was it Torment? A Baldur's Gate-like style game. Everybody loved it. I never played it. There's coming a remake for that out in some years or days. I can't remember. Maybe it's out now. I love that style of... It's hard. I mean, okay, let's start in bottom. It's hard to stream. I give them that. I'm always talking. I never shut up. There's no space to interact with the viewers. It's a particularly bad streaming game, but it's one of the games I really love because you can just sit there and listen. You don't have to look, which is kind of amazing, I think. And yeah, there's much text. A bit too much if you compare it to the newer isometric point-and-click adventure RPG things. But yeah. I think it's a good game so far. Even though in 6 hours I did not have one fight, which is crazy. This woman glares at the air above her head, her fingers fretting with a single beat in a long, peculiar chain of them. Her low, angry muttering resolves into words as you get closer. Foolish girl, it doesn't matter what you wear. The pastor's land, populated by wet-eyed nitwits. Nay, what matters if there are, what you be? Are you talking to me? Oh, are you talking to me? Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me? I disagree. Everyone should know their past. She blinks at the empty air and her hands steal to a metallic, many-faceted bead near the end of the chain. No? Mayhap, but no one holds the past at a scholar's length. Nay, they cradle it like a baby. Mother Tammuz knows you, girl. Bone folding you wear, bone and flame, shreds of your smouldering coal streaming through the air. When you struck ground, you beat first when cold, then older than a mother's hatred. She spits and shakes her head. Scarcely born you are, and already tangled and past. Seeking answers when you should be making your own. You think it's foolish to want answers? Nay, but only fool seeks them from others. People are glad to tell you who you are, girl. Doesn't mean the answers are worth a pinch of piss. She sighs. You're confused, but that will change. You have feet under you soon enough. Not all of my children are so lucky. This one, she says, showing you the bead as she was speaking to before you arrived. It's carved in the shape of 2 overlapping spheres. Something hidden in memories, her thoughts, even a name. She calls herself Loss of Self, and she's going mad. Her fingers fold over the bead. Set her back on her feet for me, girl. Do that and I will turn your call to you. Improve through my art and stronger than you lost it. How can I help loss of self? You haven't been listening, girl. Don't help her. Convince her to help herself. What can I what? She's... Mother Tamara strays off, closing her hand around her bead, staring into the space. And Cliff's Arch, look around, you'll find her. I will talk to her if I find her. Please yourself, she says with a sore look at the sky. Another side quest. Is it you? Wait. Ha! Found you! Got your back, talk loud. It is the pain. Mother Tamara sent me. I want to help. That grim old sack of bones, she says, trying to smile. I've never been able to fool her. No one can. She grips her head, staring at you from between the bars of her forearms. I've been hearing a woman's voice for a long time. She tells me that everything I know about who I am is wrong, and her words are persuasive. With a sound that's half chuckled, half sob, she continues, I can't remember my childhood or my family. Last year I forgot my name, but that's not all. I see people who look like me around the city. They have my face. They speak in my voice. And once I saw ghosts of her in the 5th eye. It was the woman in my head. She's had a kind face, but what was that? Like she knew she was going to win, to take over my body, but didn't want to. She clenches her fist. She won't win. I will kill myself first. How long have you been hearing this voice? 6, 7 years. At first it was just a whisper behind my thoughts. Then I started forgetting simple things, like where a scarf was. Then one day I woke up and I couldn't remember my mother's face. Her eyelids flutter. I wish I wasn't scared, but I'm terrified. You're not alone. I will help you whatever it takes. Thank you, she says. Her smile is a fragile, beautiful thing. Tell me about the ghost you saw in the 5th eye. She looked like... she was me, but I could see her through her. I could see through her to the pipes on the walls. At first she wouldn't look over. Then she did, and the voice in my head. I couldn't hear words, but it felt like glass breaking, ripping my mind to slivers and shreds. She swallows hard. She swallows hard. She was crying. She knew she was hurting me and couldn't stop. She's kind, understand? I hate her for that.
I'll remember that.
Her voice goes quiet. She's still there, in the 5th eye. She always there. Sounds like I should pay her a visit. Good, she says, tears of pain glittering in the corners of her eye. Maybe you can tell her to stop, or kill her. Anything to put a stop of these 10 whispers. Oh, yes. I can tell you, to be honest, I only understand 60 to 70% of the words they're telling. So many adjectives I've never heard in my fucking life. I want to talk about your family. I told you I can't even bring her face to mind. No. Just shapes in the sea of that damn woman's word. She clenches her eyes shut. I know you're trying to help, but you don't understand. Her whispers eat at me. They peel me away. How am I supposed to stop her when I don't even know who I am? They're not real. They never were. Only I'm real. Funny, you should ask. I'm missing a lot of memories too. Her lips quirks for a moment. She looks more likely to laugh than cry. What a pair we are, she says. It's nice to know I'm not the only one. There's nothing you can say that I haven't already tried, she adds. Her mouth trembles. She won't stop talking. She never will leave. I'm sorry. Someone must know who you are. Yes, but either they haven't come looking for or they haven't found me. She matches her forehead with the heel of her hand. I'm not an idiot. I've thought about asking in Government Square. The council's supposed to have information on everyone, she laughs bitterly. But I've never made it there. Every time I try, I get lost, or I forget where I'm going. I'm so hopeless. No one knows you because you're unreal. Only I am. Let me in. I'll be back when I figure out how to help you. Oops. Ugh. I'm out of money and out of points. I should have slept before doing that. Oh my goodness. Let's medallia glittering. Oh my goodness. Glittering. Glittering. Is she glittering? Oh, I love you, Eritas. I love you so much. Holy shit. Glittering. Hello, friend. Not a single rumble beneath my feet for hour, and I hear I have you to thank. Her eyes crinkle at the edges as she smiles warmly at you. Now, she puts one hand on her hip and gestures to a table with the other. I hope very much it was thought of my treasures that guided you. Which one has called you here today? Have you seen Escape Girl nearby? She gives you an odd look. Ah, don't tell me why you're asking. I don't want to know. There are children running around here at all times of day, but I couldn't tell you one from another. And as to whatever they escaped or not, well, she shrugs eloquently, all children are running from something. How much for one of the rodent globes? You mean Babu Bao? She raises a hand and unconsciously pats one of the globes as it swings past her right ear. The tiny creature inside squeaks and scampers in a tight circle before the globe drifts out of sight. They're not for sale, my friend. I hope you're not too disappointed. Are you sure you won't sell me one of the rodent globes? Very sure, she says, easily scratching her cat beneath the chin when it's get too close to snatching one of the sad rodents from the air. So you're telling me, are those fucking hamsters? Oh my goodness. What? Evan's eye. Consumable. I want. Those are fucking hamsters! I'm done with this game.
Try to tame your enthusiasm, will you? We're not playing a game.
A game? No. I wasn't playing anything.
You were laughing to yourself. We're not supposed to be having fun here.
Oh, Allegern. If an adventure isn't fun, it's no kind of adventure at all.
I love you. Well, I want to say one thing. Those are fucking hamsters. Those are motherfucking hamsters running around in... Can't I have that? Please, game, give me those cute little hamsters. Holy shit, that was so good. I want them so much. Oh, okay. A month-old layer of dust cakes the sign, which reads Scholar the Wise, Scholar of the Iron Wind. The continual rise and fall of the pistons on this device suggests a massive mechanical effort. Structural similarities with the pipes in the area hint at them being part of the same machine. I hear music. Alvina. Hello, Alvina. The girl stands outside a crumbling old house, playing the flute. She wears a simple dress, and her golden hair falls past her shoulders. The melody she plays is gentle and soft, but it somehow carries to every corner of the street. As you approach, she stops playing and smiles up at you with large green eyes. "Chintz for a song, ma'am?" "How much?" "It's 8 chintz for a sad song and 12 for a happy song." "Why are sad songs cheaper than happy songs?" "Because there are more of them, ma'am." "Can I ask you some questions?" "Alright. Is this your house? Who lives here?" "Zap and Nim and I live here, but it's this father's house. He's away." She looks back at the house. "I wish he'd come back and fix it. I think it's going to fall down soon." "The house is in bad shape." She points to cracks around the base of the walls. "Those weren't here before, and they're getting wider. We don't go inside anymore except to wash or dress, then we come right back out." "Where did Zep's father go?" "He said he was going to work for someone named the Memovira in the Bloom. He was going to be God." She purses her lips. "He said he would come back every now and then, but he hasn't. I don't know what happened to him." "Tell me about Zap and Nim." "They're my friends. They miss their dad a lot, but we'll still have fun. Zap watches out for us, and I'm teaching them to play the flute." "Tell me about yourself." "I was from outside the city, but I've been here with Zap and Nim since before their dad went away, so no, I'm from here." "Do you know who lived in the house next door?" "A lady named Scora. She was a nano-sorceress, but a nice one. She let us look at all the things in the workshop. Well, almost everything. There was a room where she said she kept the Iron Wind. We weren't allowed in there." She frowns. "I think maybe something bad happened to her. One day she wasn't there anymore and she didn't say farewell." "You said that a woman named Scora used to live next door." Yeah, good. What do you know about the Iron Wind?" "Just that Scora thought it was dangerous. We never saw it, though." She shrugs. "Maybe she was just pretending there was something bad in the room. I don't know." "Have you ever heard of the House of Empty Time? It's a place where children with no family can go find parents who love them." She shakes her head. "I don't need to go to a place like that. This is my home. Farewell." By those. Excuse me for that in advance. My bad. A boy in rags holds out a hand as you pass. He's far too gaunt for his age. His knuckles stand out and his fingers look like knots on a twig. "Any shines from family in need?" Let me ask something instead." "That's hardly polite, ma'am. Asking for service and rendering without even offering a tip." "So, surely you can answer a quick question?" "Sorry, man. The stomachs are too tight to answer a question for free. Sorry, I can't help. I have no money!" "Thank you anyway, ma'am." "I have no money. I'm out of money. I bought an eye and a living tattoo. Holy shit, I'm just out of money." Little girl in patched tunic kicks a pebble while reciting a sing-song voice. "Joy, joy, joy, sorrow, joy, joy, joy." "Oh, what are you playing?" She stomps her feet. Huh. You ruined it! I was about to give 5 joys in a... She shrinks back as she realizes she just shouted at someone she doesn't know. But my brother usually talks to all the strangers. Oh, that's fine. I will just go. Ha! There's money, you stupid children! Judging by the tired shingles bricks that are piled here, they are the remains of collapsed buildings, carefully pushed out of sight. Oh my. There's the guy who's pissed. This is fun. Partially hidden in the trash out of the dump is a frightened Stishus, though it doesn't look like the other Stisha you've seen. Its chitin is thin and soft and its claws are small, malformed. It stares at you from its hiding place and chittering. Because of its physical deformities, you can barely understand its speech. Don't help! Don't hurt! Don't tell! What's the Stishus doing up here? Its clicks and sounds resolve themselves into words in your head. Don't live below, but bad clone, not dig, not eat, no home, Stisha family. And the scent it uses is one of the desolation and abandonment, a great void within the earth, sent above ground to die. You were sent up here by the other Stisha? Why? It holds up its malformed claws. Not good! It presses its shell, which bends like leather. Soft like grub, not strong, not dick, not eat, not worth. Trash, rubble, not even no tunnel. Stisha dig for food. What do you eat? It makes a digging motion, dragging his claw against the ground, and then with his other fans, his stubby talons like someone miming in bright flash. Dig makes buck, eats bucks, not dig knows bucks, not eat hunger. If you can make bucks to eat, why haven't you starved to death up here? Points down the alley. Baby brown grub feet. It's shown you a heap of small electrical devices, all drained of energy. Spark shells, spark tubes. It points to itself and smells of flint and steel. Eat! It sent it gratitude. What are you doing this garbage dump? Yellow shell grub steel, leave here. It emits a fierce sound of rotten air and underwater floods. No speak, dangerous. Are you the Stishus everyone is looking for? It waves its different claws in affirmation. The scent of mud sadness wafts from it. A man with a yellow shell left you in Cliff's Edge? Did you mean a man with yellow skin? Its odor becomes strong, hard rocks mixed with veins of ancient metals. Intense affirmation. Oh, farewell. So, this motherfucker! You bitch! I'm going to kill you. The scrawny boy reaches out to her as you pass. Ma'am, please. Ma'am, I know you saw the Stishus hiding in the midden. Please don't tell anyone about him, ma'am. He's not doing anyone any harm. You saw his hand. They're like human hands. They can't dig like the others. It's not him that's bringing down the houses. I won't tell anyone. Your secret is safe with me. Thank you, ma'am. You're a lifesaver, ma'am. Now if only we could get him to safety. What is this Stishus to you? We found him, ma'am, my sisters and I, and he was pitiful, near to starve, near to dying. We've been feeding him ever since, but we've got to get him out of there. The neighbors will find him soon, that'll be the end of him. His family every bit as much as Nim and Navina. You feed him power cells? Stisha eat electrical energy and we can't find nearly enough. He's starving. Do you have a plan to help him escape? No, ma'am, we can't just walk him down the street or that fat little lord would see him, not to mention the neighbors, and they would kill him for sure. Maybe I can find a way to get him out of here. Could you, ma'am? That would be wonderful. If you can find the other Stisha, maybe they would help him. I hear that some of them are down in the underbelly, but I've never seen them myself. I will try. Thank you. I had a feeling I could trust you. I will still kill this person. Sorry. not the Stisha. This fat little His fat little yellow man. I spoke to the Stitches. It's sad you captured it and left it in cliff edge. He laughs. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. Preposterous! It's lying to you. Why would I do such a thing? And if you spoke to the creature, does that mean you know where it is? What proof has she of this? None. No one can speak to Stitches. I'm starting to think you brought the Stitches to Cliff's Edge to give the people an enemy to hate. What proof do you have? What of the Stitches? Do you think anyone would listen to it, even if they could understand? He waves a hand. Instead of discussing it, why don't you tell me where it was? Fuck you. Farewell. Moin. Oh Mann. Ich habe eine sehr traurige Entdeckung gemacht. Auf meiner Petersilie sind Blattläuse. Ist das nicht eklig? Oh, we're still here? Friend, Jack whistles. The smell of dust closed air surrounds it. The creature is clearly glad to see you. Such a deep dig, like promise. Rock not is good there. The scent of a pocket of trapped gas arises, the equivalent of shock. But Jack promise, did you move? Human want travel? I found the Stitches on Cliff's Edge. It's hiding in a refuse heap, and the humans want to kill it. Can you help? Looks at you for a long moment, almost as if it can't believe what it just heard. Is weak, outcast, not fit self, burn on broodmate, should be dead. The odor that rises from the Stitches is dry and musty. The scent of its insect's corpse curled up in the windowsill is disgusting. Weak or not, it doesn't deserve to die at the hands of a mob. It's your kin. Oh fuck, did I save? I did. Oh, did I? Oh shit, 5%. Okay. Ja, Blattläuse. Auf meiner Petersilie. Der Liebstöckel ist zum Glück noch nicht drauf, aber leider ist mein Lavendel eingegangen. Irgendwie, ich habe zu viel gegossen, weswegen die Blattläuse sich ausgebreitet haben. Ich habe das Zeug jetzt mal in die Sonne gestellt und werde die Tage mal gucken. Wenn der Lavendel sich nicht erholt, muss ich einen neuen Lavendel kaufen. Macht ja nichts, die kosten ja nicht so viel, 4 Euro oder sowas. Kriegt man ja bei Obi oder im Gartencenter oder sowas. Nein, stopp, nicht sprechen. Okay. Let's try that again.
I'll remember that.
I will do that until I get the thing I want. This will take a time, I know that, but I don't have money or the wish to.
I'll remember that. Make
maybe I have a consumable.
I'll remember
Come
that.
on, just give me what I want, game. I don't care how long this takes. Even if you make me sit here like 5 hours, I will do that. Okay, maybe I have 3 points of intellect. How many points do I have? 9. I have 9. Okay, there's
Yes.
54. Thank you!
Making a note.
Again, a long moment in which the stitches stares at you. You have the sense that it's evaluating you with eyes that seem beyond the human visible spectrum. Human care strange. Why so much for a person of stature? A stray breeze whirls a zephyr of bafflement past your nose. But yes, if human care, take care. We're safe. We were sent made to save. The deformed stitches sees you approach and it grunts and chitters with pleasure. The scent of newly unearthed stones surrounds it. Friendship, it signs. You survived. How are you that you've been returned to your native habitat? Sicher gone. Broodmate left. Send marks the tunnels tell keep away. It considers, then huffs out the cloud that smells like sadness. But live, for now. What are you eating down here? Work food. Old devices. Drinking lightning from them. A pointed tidy pile of numbeneras that sits nearby. Looking more closely, you see that they are mostly electrical power sources. Try keep clean. Is there anything down here I should know about? Not see. Try survive. Okay, this guy's gone. So
Go.
now we go back to Mr. Yellowskin and say he's gone. Oh, ich denke mal bis 23 Uhr. 23 Uhr, 22 Uhr, weil ich muss morgen früh raus. The stitcher has escaped. I set it free. His eye bulged. What? And you dare show your face? You're a traitor to your own kind. If any more hoses fall, it'll be on your head. This is tragedy, an outrage, eh? I've half a mind to call the levies. A fantastic opportunity gone. Such a pity.
I'll remember that.
Oh no, they don't like me. How saddening. How the fuck should I get this thing to work? This is such a... How do I get over there? Naturally. Hmm? Everything about this slender young man says "thuck." From his scar-slashed eyebrows to this calloused hand hovering above his hip, where a dagger would hang. But he doesn't have one. Instead, flour cakes his hands, and a single apron strings hangs from his pocket. He is apparently a baker. Stand still, you shine? he says, and peers over your shoulder. You follow his gaze to an armored soldier who's loitering in the public square. The levy's been following me for days. Can't even stop for a piss without checking side to side. You sure he's following you? Put it like this, he says, licking his lips. I know when I'm being followed. I've seen him on my track down from dawn to dark for 3 days. I ain't done anything wrong. And it's worse than that, he says, wringing his hand. That's my levy. What do you mean he's your levy? I'm a citizen, he says, as it explains us. When it becomes clear it hasn't, he groans. Every levy's made from a citizen, he says. This one was made from me. Look, I can't explain why, but I know that one's mine. I feel it right, and now it's coming for me. Look, he won't leave me alone, right? I gave a year of my life to make him, and I thought it was that. Now I catch him standing in the street outside the bakery, whispering to himself, playing with that carving of this. His teeth graze his lip as he leans closer. They even tried to talk to me. Ladies aren't supposed to know who they came from, right? They aren't supposed to know who I are. He wavers, gathering his courage. Could you talk to him? Find out what he wants? Okay. He nods against toward the armored man who's standing a distance away in the public square. He's the only lover in this district, so you can't miss him. Plus he ain't smiling like all the others. He's holding some charred wooden thing in the hand.
Making a note.
Yeah. Need anything else? I don't understand why you think your levy wants to murder you. Look, he begins, obviously struggling to frame explanation. Look, he tries again. Look, you don't track a man for days and days unless you want something, yeah? Maybe you like his shoes or you're curious about how many shines he got. Now, I don't have any shins, and my shoes are older than me. Only thing I got that's worth anything is my life. Anyway, I've heard stories about what levy do when they go wrong. He shudders. They get obsessed with the person who gave him life and think they ever met. It don't end well for the human. What is normal behavior for a levy anyway? There. He hesitates, raising his hand as if he's trying to contain his response before he lets it escape his mouth. They work for the people who made the laws, right? And if someone breaks those laws, they track them down. Always smiling, mind you. Figures that my levy would work the be unhappy kind. Figures that my levy would be the unhappy kind. How did they create your levy? Look, I look like a scholar to you. All I know is where they get to be to stand. His eye roved past your face and snapped back. Look, people who want to be, respectable in this town, they become citizens. The way you do that is you step into this glass chamber. Takes a year out of your life, they say. It figures it squeezed that year into human shape. Don't know how. Wouldn't pay 2 shins to know. Ach, naja, geht mal. Du musst es ja nicht vorlesen. Good to see you again, miss, the levy says, still staring across the plaza. Tears roll silently down his cheek. Vincent sends me to find out why you're following him. Yes, he says, the despair melting away. In that moment he looks like a child, with a child's desperate hope. He knows too, doesn't he? He sees what he did. What we did. Tears leak from his eyes, trailing down into his mouth as he continues. When the machine ripped a year from him to make me, I felt the choices unraveling before me. He hugs himself. I see them coming. None of it can be changed.
Making a note.
Tell him this for me. The Gillen Manor job did happen. A servant caught him, caught the levies. They chased him and he set a fire. His eyes squeezed shut. The fire spread through the neighborhood. People were trapped. People screamed. His hand clenches over the charred toy bird in his palms with a soft crunch. Please tell him. Tell him I'm with him in the dark, hiding from the mobs, sobbing. Tell him to give me a different year, a better one. What kind of year do you want from Finzen? A year without the blackened door, he says earnestly, without the hand tangled in the grate, the weeping in the dark places. Silent tears stream down his face. He doesn't seem to be aware of them, wrath rising with the glowing ashes. My arms burned with ragged rope. Every time I'm there, and at those last minutes, I try to apologize, but my mouth... His fingertips brush at his lips. My mouth's full of dirt and blood. Hold up, I speak with him again.
Fine.
Let's see. Did you find out anything? He asked, I starting around to check in the distant levee. I've spoke to the levee. He mentioned something about a Gillam Manor job. He what? Fizzin says, going pale. Keep your voice down. You tell anyone else about this? No? Good. He lowers his voice. I have to be unspecific about this, understand? Before I became citizen, I wasn't a nice person. I took things for money, and just a few weeks ago certain people told me they want me to rob Jim Manor. He grimaces, rubbing his neck. I was going to do it, but then I became a citizen. Gave up a year of my life to get the levy. That levy! Something changed, he says, frowning. All of a sudden, I couldn't get the dangers out of my head. How thick the levy patrols were, like, or how the captain himself was looking into one of my old adventures. He plays with the apron strings hanging from his pocket. So I cancelled the job and started working at my aunt's bakery. Never did a Gillam job, and that's the truth. The levy's seeing what would have happened if you did the job. He wants another year from you.
I'll remember that.
Oh, I get it, he says, rolling his eye. It's a shakedown. Give me a year, or I tell them what you did. Well, I ain't done anything. I never killed anyone and don't owe him nothing. I can't keep handing out years like that for free. Based on what he said, it sounds like becoming a citizen saved your life. And? That was my decision, not that. Not his.
I'll remember that.
He groans. I would go up to the government square and tell the captain of levies what he's up to. If I had any way of explaining his, hey, your levy is following me around, I think it's because he's haunting by my criminal past. What would telling the captain of levies do? Levies ain't supposed to follow the citizen round. They ain't supposed to get all weepy either. Telling the captain would take care of the problem for sure. But I ain't about to try it myself. You want to try talking to her? She's at government square. I see what I can do. Hello? Okay. Yes. Caravanserai, Circus Minor. Let's first Caravanserai.
Let's go.
I would love if it's possible to talk your way to the end. I don't want to fight anybody. Explorer, Ton, Corpse, Barkeeper, Sailor, Explorer, Sylph. What is a Sylph? This pretty young woman stands unnaturally still. Suddenly her large glassy eyes springs to life with a rattle and quickly look with yours, before just quickly snapping away. Her skin is fair as porcelain, is cracked beneath several layers of dirt and faded makeup. And on the side of the neck you see what appears to be small tattoo of vertical lines with glyphs etched at the bottom. For a moment familiarity overwhelms you, disappearing as a minute shudder runs down her arms. Her gaze snaps back to your face, but not to your eyes. She's staring at your tattoo. Jerkily, her hand rises to touch her own. Well met. I'm called Sif. She notes the slight pause before she pronounces her name. Her voice is purring quality, under which you can hear the snipping of countless gears. She coughs just once, and a small greenish cloud emerges from between her lips. How did you come by that mark? It's her, is it? Try to remember where you've seen Sylph's tattoo before. You hear an echo of yourself and see in front of you a strange old man gnawing where time and rapid by expectation. On his neck, weathered and sagging, you see the same series of vertical lines etched into his skin, a faded map to a time or a place that no longer exists. An inadmissible period of time has elapsed without an answer. Conclusion. I will rephrase the question, she says as the memory fades. How did you come to have those marks upon your skin? The usual way. There are many ways to be usual. Her throat works for a few moments before she opens her mouth, exhaling a wisp of greenish gas. The purpose is to be enigmatic. Understood. She regards you, head tilting to the side with a series of small, ratcheting noises. You have the absurd impression the motion is meant to be flirtatious. I hope you will answer another question for me. I have a riddle that it may please you to answer, she says, brushing her hair coquettishly back from her bare shoulders. It is very old. She pauses a moment, then recites from her memory. What comes in with breath and out with the word, transmute upon death but can't be conferred. The words sound vaguely familiar, resonating in your mind even after she stops speaking. Old? That's what you've done for centuries. You told me. What comes in with breath and out with the word. Try to remember where you had the riddle before. The word sounds familiar, but something about them is subtly wrong. Just when you think you grasp the difference, it slips from your mind and you're left with only Sylph's expected gaze. Consciousness. She tilts her head from side to side as if weighing your answer in each ear. Very good, she says, her neck clicking back to neutral. I have one last question to ask of you. You may not have an answer. She looks beyond you, remaining still for some moments while the gear inside her stomach clutter and whir. Then she meets your gaze again and asks the question. What would you do if you met someone who had succeeded at your life's work before you, and they refused to share their method? I would find my own method. That would doubtless be difficult. The darkness behind her eyes whirls with glints of metal as her pupils dilate fully. They snap back to normal and she bows slightly. I wish you luck in your endeavor. I have no more question for you. Examine Sylph more closely to determine her origin. Oh my goodness, I don't know. Oh, come on! Nothing so... fuck. Did I save? I didn't. Fuck. Is it worth it? I don't think it's worth it. Is it worth it? No, it's not worth it. I don't remember saying stuff before. Why? Very well. I don't need to know everything. I hope. Child. Oh my goodness. What the heck is that? The levies warned me not to swim in the reef. I miss my home waters.
Here I come.
Oh my, Eretis, please. The craft is capable of carrying one person to at most. The interior is richly appointed with satin pillows and the air feels cooler inside. Juan del Toboso. Oi! This scrawny old man, particularly, rattles inside the dull-dented armor that was clearly made for someone bigger than him. Nonetheless, his eyes burn with a bottomless fire, and his smile, as fierce as genuine, flashes beneath his graving thicket of beard. Another night, he bellows, clapping your shoulder with his gauntleted hands. You barely keep your feet, the man is stronger than he looks. Another hero in search of great adventure. You stand before the wandering knight Juan del Toboso. What brings you to the summit of Mount Tideredas? She is armed like a knight, though she carries herself strangely. We seek challenges that will test our very limits. Oh, this is Arid, I'm sorry. We seek challenges that will test our very limits, Arid declares, and then we will shun those challenges as unworthy of us and seek quests that shake the foundation of the possible that divide beliefs. For we are not just adventurous noble stranger, we are the breath of adventure herself. Another hero! He's so strong and too strange. Tears well in Kihuano's eyes, and he fishes a monogrammed handkerchief from the depths of one of his braces. Such a noble company, he says hoarsely, dabbing his cheek. Such a noble goal. Were I not committed to my own path, I would seek to join yours. He sighs heavily. But I will not. Instead, might I seek your blessing? Eratis, would you bless Quijuano as you ask? I was hoping you would ask, he says, and turns Quijuano, spreading his arms. His mouth works soundless as elderly night bows his head. May your glory always find you, may your burdens only strengthen you, and each of your scars tell a better story than the last. And when your enemies are too many, your wounds too severe, may you fall with a smile on your face and peace in your faltering heart. That is lovely. Who wrote that? We did. You catch the barest glimpse of some of the golden aura surrounding Eratis, flowing down his arms in glowing chains. Modes of light spin and wheel around the elderly knight before sinking into his armored frame. Well said, Quijuano says, raised moist eyes. Well said. He straightens and oddly seems larger somehow, taller even. Truly a knight. I feel his blessing coursing through my veins. Quijuano del Toboso against the inspired Fettel. Okay, what? No, Eratis! Ja, den hast du irgendwo verpasst. Why did you call this Mount Ethiador? It's a city, not a mountain. A city, he says, his sweat-beaded brow drawing together. Your sense must have deserted you in the ascent. The heat has baked you in your armory. He lays a gentle hand on your shoulder, turning you to the horizon. Do not allow the radium to blind you to the accomplishments. Good night. We have scaled the very heights of Mount Ithidor, the tooth of the word beast. Adventure lies in every shadow below us. Every sparkle of light is a quest ready to be taken. What brings you up here? Do you know, he says, that I'm not quite sure. My memory is not what it was. I recall kneeling before my family's armor on our estate some time ago. He blinks slowly. Perhaps I was weeping. He smashes his gauntlet against his chest, leaving his sizable dent. I can't recall, and it doesn't matter. For then I heard a thunderous roar, beheld the great beast in the skies. I donned my armor and gave chase. Your armor looked slightly used. Yes, he says, nodding proudly. It has seen some use. My ancestor forged it with the fires of Silver Cloud Mountain for her battles against the Skeleton hordes. This was the wound that killed her. He taps a much-mended spot in the chest plate. In fact, many of my ancestors died in this armor. I served them well. It served them well. What kind of beast was it? It defied description, he declares, and so I shall describe it to defy impossibility itself. 13 legs, 6 jaws, 1,000 eyes glitter with a malice and flame, scales the color of clouds. Alright, go on. The horrible beast leered down at me, promising destruction. I promised it death, and it fled across the sky. I followed darting between the trees. He pauses, frowning. And I don't recall much after that. I remember walking, having various adventures along the way, of course, but I cannot quite recall why I came here. Ah, he says, raising a finger. Of course, I must have fed the frankly brilliant notion of scaling this lonely mountain to better spot the base from afar. He shakes his head, his wispy beard waggling. Alas, I've seen nothing so far. Your base sounds like a particularly large cloud, and I'm pretty sure you are into a tree. A cloud? He says, chuckling. A tree? The perils facing us in this world of wonders are not so mundane. Scan thoughts. Well, this one spoke like her. I wish I could have saved them from the beast. Ah, you said you're looking for a great adventure. Yes, but I fear I must speak plainly, he says, plucked at his beard. Too many people have mistaken me for common mercenary. He straightens. I'm not interested in entangling myself in local quarrels. I will not hunt a beast that cannot hunt me in return. If I am to fight, it must be against a foe of such wickedness that the stars themselves would wink out rather than shine upon a world that could harbour such malevolent creatures. Actually, I can't think of enemies worthy of you. Oh, he says, his face falling. Perhaps you will think of one later. Farewell. Farewell. Just... whoa. Bodyguard. Merchants. Labor. Oh, so many people. No, I'm not tired. Laborer. Sure. Sailor. Driftwood held aloft by suspension platforms provide a useful, if somewhat polarized, bridge between the dock and ship moored in the area.
You're actually kind of dim beneath those golden sparks, aren't you?
Sparks? What sparks?
Oh, I love Eretas so much. Holy shit. Master Renio. This airship master's keeping a nervous eye on his vessel. He's a short and wiry man dressed in trouble-stained but well-kept clothing. He's chewing on his impeccably groomed mustache in frustration. As you approach, he turns away from his vessel. Welcome to Master Renio's Aerofire adventures. I'm afraid that I will not be departing anytime soon, not since the theft. He says the word carefully, as if holding it at bay. I've always taken pains to see the best in people. He confides, swallowing hard. But that was before that runty glowing straw-haired idiot stole the coronet. Oh shit, he's talking about Eretas. Oh fuck. Stole the coronet, my prized airship. He shakes his head, genuinely distraught. Until the thief is caught, my ship remains in dock, safely shuttered and chained. He breaks off when he sees Eretas standing near. Him! That's the thief! Thief? I've never stolen a thing in my life. I have borrowed, certainly, but always with the intention of returning the item to its proper owner. Though I must admit that I haven't always been entirely successful.
Making a note.
I demand compensation. My vessel, my source of livelihood, snatched by this vagrant. He said hard at the oblivious glaive. I require justice. I will take it in the form of service. Okay, I saved, right? Okay, let's be blunt. Eretas can be held responsible for his action. I mean, look at him. Yeah, fuck. Let's try that. No! I saved. I did good. Let's try that again. I don't want to lose Eretas. He's amazing. He's the best character so far. Hello, my friend. Can we talk again?
I'll remember that.
Let's be blunt. Editors can't be held responsible. You have 3. Hey!
Making a note.
He does so. Aratus is staring suspiciously at the passing mote of dust, as though it intends to ambush him. You have a point, Benyu grunts at last. He crashed my airdrop minutes after we first met. I can't imagine what would have happened if I employed him. He scolds at your companion. Just keep away from me and my livelihood. I'll resuming flights to the Valley of Dead Heroes shortly. Good day to you. Hey, that was a good thing, I guess. Tell me about yourself. The tiniest smile creases his face. I'm the proprietor of this business and a ship captain. In happier times I ran a fleet of vessels to various ports of call. He shrugs. These are not happier times. My fleet has been reduced. Now I have but a single vessel. He shrugs. Such is life. You build for your family and vicissitudes. Okay, yeah, of fate drive your plans into the rock, but my struggling enterprise is the least of the gifts I hope to bequeath to my heirs. I try to teach them dedication, endurance, fairness in all dealings. He shoves his hands into his pocket. What good would it do them to see me take unfair advantage? I would rather be ruined than teach them that falsity is the route to success. He laughs softly. My apologies. This has been much of my mind of late. You did not ask about my philosophy. Why did you travel? Once I flew as far as Agokala, soaring above Arvenwood, at the unmeasured depths of Ornu Lake, above the lava fields of Ossifagan, the plains beyond. I flew south over the ruins of the Tabath homelands and east of the oasis of Mrad Jolis. His gestures at his single vessel. Now I fly solely to the Valley of Dead Heroes, conveying mourners and memorialists to the unchaining tombs. Things will turn around one day, I'm sure. In the meantime, we have honest work and food to eat. Can you tell me about the caravanserai? Steeped in history, my friend, and you've come to the right man to ask about it. He adjusts his clothes and stands taller. This was once a staking ground against our foes, the Tabber. Our ancestors could observe the approaching enemy from here and direct the forces to meet them. You say that the defense was commanded from... They say that the defense was commanded from up here. He points toward a rocky outcrop on the far side of the plateau. Now, instead of a place of war, it serves a place of commerce, built for the good of all, both ourselves and our foreign guests. Just so, my brain. Sagar's Cliff sits atop a great heart of Numenera and does a thriving business in this stuff. We import food, spices, textiles, and visitors from far-off lands. They arrive from Agukala, Astaria, Harris, and many, many others. My friend, this is a focal point of commerce in the Sagus Protectorate, Ismais. I play a small but proud part. Can you tell me more? Friend, this is the best place in the city if you're a merchant. You can look out over Garavia Sound and see the ships roll in. Over there, the bloom. You can watch the ebb and the flow of commerce, hear the clicking of shins, and you know that the world is functioning as it should, for the benefit of us all. Farewell. Yay, I saved Aratus.
Sure.
You should at least say thank you, asshole. Okay, let's see. Did I... Yeah, I can see what you did! Finally! Packed bundles and sealed urns line the area, waiting to be taken to the city or loaded into a ship.
Something to do.
What the fuck is that?
Yes.
We have aliens. This game has fucking aliens. Two silver humanoids stand near a small vehicle of indeterminate origin. Their skin has a reflective and metallic sheen that makes them appear both a part of and separate from the scenery around them. As you approach, both of them turn to face you. They have no mouths and their eyes are fathomless black, reflecting nothing. A name for these creatures rises from your memory, silver orphans. It may not be the name by which they know themselves, but it's the name used by the Order of Truth. The silver orphans turn to stare at each other for several moments, then the one on the right gestures at you in a complicated pattern. Minds of machines we seek? Know you any? Although you can't understand their gestures, you can hear their thoughts. Why do you seek the minds of machines? They stare at you impassively as though they can't hear you at all. The one on the left kneels using a foreshortened finger to trace lines and circles in the dust at your feet. Ripples radiate from a point, first a square, then a human eye, then an unrecognizable mass of interconnected dots. The silver orphan look up at you and wait your reply. Any minds of machines that we may find, that which was lost. Foreman. Shit. You sketch an approximation of the city's manufacturer, including rough depiction of the foreman, careful to indicate how they tower over the human workers. Then you draw a line connecting them to the orphan symbol for machine intelligence. The silver orphans watch you intensely until your drawing is complete.
Ready to learn something new?
You carry too many ciphers and have received a cipher sickness fatal. The strange forces emanating from ciphers cause unpredictable but always harmful effects when they interact. You reduce or eliminate cipher sickness, use some of your ciphers, sell them to merchant or give them to another party member. Okay, they turn to stare at each other, then the one on the right reaches inside itself, its silver hand merging seamlessly with the glistening metal of its torso, and an instant later its hand is whole again and holding an object of peculiar construction. It drops the item in your hand, payment you assume. Glorious! We thank you. Take reward for service. To all characters, this is a whole bomb. But now what? I'm confused. Spend your experience point. Oh, I got a level. By clicking the plus button next to experience meter on the left side of the screen, you can choose between 4 advancement steps. When you gain all 4 steps, you will increase your tier, unlocking a new selection of abilities. You can choose between either improving or picking a new skill or improving one of your abilities. Do this once per tier. Persuasion, deception. I would never do that. Smashing. Quick finger.
Did I learn
Confirm.
that? Or remember it?
You remembered it, lady. So, what? Can I not give it? Hello? Okay, Allergen. Oh, he has a level up too. Increase edge? Oh. Might. Wait. What is... Smash. Who cares? Might.
Feel stronger now. Good call.
Tibir. Nope. Good.
Eratus, why are you doing this anyway? What's in this for you?
Adventure and fun and friends. We're friends, right?
Against my better judgment, I think we might be.
Those two are fucking amazing. Oh, that is so good. Okay. I'm a bit scared because of I will save this part. Okay.
I'm ready.
I'm ready. Glorious. Until the end, until the end. Huh? Are you okay?
Yes. Now.
Yes. I really need to sleep. Not me. I mean, in this game, I need to sleep. I was thinking about something. There was a side quest I needed to do down here, but I totally forgot what. Yeah. Please want the better resolve the situation. Is he okay? Oh! I can do that now! Totally not seen that. Attempt to bypass the foreign's mind. Nobody has points left, right? You or a companion now have edge in one of your stat pools, granting you a discount on using points from its stat pools. Each level of edge grants one free level of effort, boosting your minimum chance of success. When using an ability, edge reduces that inactivation cost first and another leftover points are used in effort. Working blindly, you jam your hands in the foreman's body, ripping, realigning, and doing untold amounts of damage in your attempt to fulfill the construct's wishes. Eventually you succeed. Cold energy pours through the air like blood from a wound, flooding into the motionless children. One by one their tiny eyes flicker into life. One by one the foreman's eyes go out. Its voice mesh rattles as if it's going to speak. But it doesn't. It can. The children watch the death of their parent with white glowing eyes. You want me to thank you, the old man says hoarsely, but I ain't. You knew him all of 10 minutes, knowing him my entire life and a half, and you came and took him from me. Without a look at its master's children, Tarner sheds off into darkness. Some of the little constructs wander in circles, chirping to themselves. One of them is already making for the exit, and one is motionless, stillborn. Take the dead one. You carefully pick up the stillborn construct, cradling it. The rest of the foreman children chase each other for a few moments longer before following the one heading for the exit. Oh. This is sad. Allergen grunts. That was a good thing you did, kid. I hope so! Oh, There was someone capable of repairing things. Who was that? Again. Oh. Increase that force. Hey! Unfair.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I've learned a thing or two.
It's your challenge. Skill with defense or resourceful? Okay, let's think a bit. I wanted to... Can you repair this beautiful thing? Nano? Who the fuck is Nano? Here for alteration, are you? Journal will take good care of you. Can you repair my little boy? Okay. You can't.
Of course.
Of course. Young man, Levy. Leave area. There's child. I need to sleep. How much does that cost for you? For me? A woman as tall and graceful as a willow steps forward to greet you. She bows, then looks down at you with warm, gold-flecked eye. Welcome, she says, to Tranquility Rest. I am the proprietress. Tranquility. Are you looking for a place to take your ease? As she speaks, a sense of delicious calm comes over you and you find yourself wanting to agree with her. There's nothing you would like better right now than the peace and solitude of a quiet room. In fact, the feeling of calm you feel in her presence is so strong you wonder if it's entirely natural. That's when you notice Tranquility's soothing scent. It must be more than perfume, perhaps a pheromone of some sort? And her voice too is soothing. It is low and rich, and she appears to be modulating it in some way. The technique is subtle, but the effect is profound, calming you, making you feel a little sleepy. Forgive me for asking, but are you human? She laughs melodiously. No need for apologies. Given my height, it is a natural question. I am indeed human. A human mutant and fortunate to live in Cedrus Cliff, where that is not a crime. There are very few places in this world where someone like me would even be allowed to clean a hostel, let alone own one. Tell me about Tranquility's Rest. She smiles. It is the most peaceful inn in Cedrus Cliff with the most beautiful views. All rooms face outward so that the bustle over the caravanserai is invisible and unaudible. All you see is sky, sea, and the roofs of the city far below you, and all you hear is the breeze. I am the sole owner, and I have been offering solitude, security, and discretion to travelers for 20 years. You will never have as sound a night's sleep as you will when you stay here. Your perfume seems to contain some kind of pheromones. Are you manipulating me? She smiles faintly. If cunning can be said to be manipulation, I suppose I am. But it's nothing more than that. I cannot control minds or influence thoughts. My scent seems to relax people. That, and another trick I learned, convinced me that opening a hostel might lead to success. You're using your tone of voice to call me. Is it something you learned? She raises her eyebrows. Very few people notice that. Well done. I am indeed manipulating my voice. When I opened this place, I wanted to make it the most relaxing hostel in the ninth world. And I worked to make every aspect of it soothing, even my voice. It turned out I had a talent for it. Could you use your calming abilities to put me into a trance? She looks bemused. No one has ever asked me something like this before. Normally I would refuse for fear of some complication and perhaps retaliation for that, but I sense a certain affinity between us, a kindness we share. I don't think any harm will come of it. If you feel it will help you, I will do it. She reaches out to you. Now take my hands and close your eyes. As you take her hands, a scent like baking bread and honey overwhelms you, and she begins to sing in a soft but resonant contralto. The melody fills your head, making it heavy with slumber, so that your chin drops to your chest. You feel like you're being lowered gently into a warm bath. The water closes over your head, but there is no fear of drowning. You have turned to the womb, where all is comforting darkness and the steady pulse of a beating heart. Ah, the labyrinth! Ah. You're looking a lot more well rested than you usually do. Something feels odd about this man, but it takes a while to put your finger on it. It's his thoughts. They aren't there, or rather they're there, but they're indistinct. A kind of white noise that blends in too well with the background hush of his place. Are you always here? He shrugs. Where else would I be? I found the resonance chamber, but it's broken. Yeah, I saw that. I don't see everything you do out there in the world, but I definitely saw that. You have to find a way to fix it. What should I do now? With the chamber broken? I'm not sure. We need to find someone who can fix it. The chamber's our only hope. Without it... Your thoughts are fuzzy. Why can't I read them? His voice is dry, but the smile takes some of the sting from his word. I imagine it's because we're in a place of pure thought. I'm a construct of pure thought, and that our conversation is taking place in the level of thoughts. Most things here aren't real. I bet I'd be like reading your own mind. How do I get back this time? The portal's still there. I don't see why it wouldn't work twice. If this is my mind, why don't I remember this place? I told you as much as I know. It's your mind, and that means you're in control. You just need to figure out how to unlock its secrets. I don't know how, but I think the resonance chamber will do that for us. It will unite us, make us whole again. Oh my, make America great again. Is there anything to do while I'm here? You mean apart from the cabaret acts, distilleries, and endless adventure, you just behind the next wrinkle in your mind? He jabs you in the arm with his elbow. Ha! And if you believe that... Sorry, but it's your mind. There's nothing like that here. I've looked. Still, you've changed things plenty already. I wouldn't be surprised if something showed up here eventually. Has anything changed since the last time I was here? Ah, look around, it's your mind. Very well. Good luck. Yeah, empty reflection. Huh? A woman-shaped hole in the air stands before you, her palms outstretched, and you sense something different. A smell of emotions could smell. If emotions could smell. It is sharp confusion and sense of displacement. Somehow this woman-shaped knows she does not belong here in your mind.
Making a note.
Oh, says the spectre swirling up beside you. A reflection from a different cast of, isn't it? He studies the outlines, outstretched hands. She's lost something, he says after a moment. Something out in the world that she misplaced, or was taken from her. If you want to draw her here, you have to find it. You turn back to the woman-shaped boy. She continues to face you, hands out, imploringly, ignoring the spectre completely. Who are you? You fancy that you hear your word echoing in the dark, hollow spaces in the woman-shaped outline, and somehow very distantly calling back. I don't think she can hear you, he says. For that matter, I don't think it's even a she right now. She's more placeholder than a person. An arrow pointing somewhere else in the labyrinth. He peers cautiously into the outline in the air as though it is long and potentially dangerous tunnel. You need to find what she's missing before you can bring her forward. And you won't find it here, I think. What's that what you want? For a second, another outline flickers in her outstretched hands, a box or a cube-like shape, then it's gone and it doesn't return. Can you hear me? It's time you hear no response. Hello! This time you hear no response. Hello! This time you hear no response. Hello! Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Welcome back, friend. You have been missed. I would like a place to sleep. I'm so pleased. I'm sure we'll be most comfortable. The price is 20 shins per person. Per person. I do not have that much money. Oh. Fuck. Okay. Let's see, where does that lead
Yes.
me?
Now.
Huh, we're back. Main area. What? Are they coming for me? No.
Fair enough.
Davy. Nano. Beep beep boop boop. Oh, what the fuck?
I'm ready.
The fountain is constructed of a material that seems halfway between wood and stone. It doesn't contain water as might be expected. Instead, it's filled with swarming tiny fish-like creatures that leap and cover in a wriggling mass, chattering to each other in what sounds like 1,000 different tongues. These are jellies, nearly harmless creatures that are usually found in clouds above the sea. What they're doing in this fountain is an utter mystery. I did. Yay! You deftly snatch a single fish from the glistening, tumbling flood. The bubbling mass of remaining creatures squawk together in nonsensical outrage. Listen to what the creatures are saying. You fold your arms, listening intently to the fish jabber at each other. It sounds like a cloud of nonsense syllables and mashed into baby speak. A few often repeated sounds tug at your attention. This is no string of gibberish after all. They are speaking a variety of languages, but ones you've never heard before. The fountain, now that you're looking at it, is unfathomably old. Coppery tongue-like decorations curl up and over the rim of the structure, as if lapping at the endless stream of creatures within. You take in the surrounding architecture before returning your gaze to the fountain. The structure easily predates the buildings in this place and possibly the city. Might be have been even older than the Ninth World. Oh. Ow. You close your hand around another fish. Tiny teeth chomp at the flesh between your fingers and you release it with a curse. You've caught this creature from the fountain of sorts in Government Square. Small fish-like, constantly squirming. It never requires food or other nourishment, and it gibberish constantly in an undecipherable language. I just caught a fucking fish out of a fountain. A fountain fish. Alison Perry. This woman seems to be absorbed by what she's doing. Her blue eyes narrowed in the concentration. You realize that she's the nicest looking person you've seen in a while and feel almost compelled to approach her. She shakes out the golden cloth she's examining and holds up to the light. Such beautiful color, she murmurs. She meets your gaze. It would look lovely on you. In fact, she leans back for a moment, looks you up and down pensively. She nods once to herself as is pleased. As I thought, no touch of a miserly nature on you. She offers you a sweet, shy smile. We're going to get along just fine. Can you tell me about this place? Of course, this is Government Square, home to the City Council and the Order of Truth. The rest is embassies and city records, but you might enjoy a stop at the Red Thicket. She points to a red stone enclosure nearby. She smiles at you briefly. Or you might not. It's a place where secrets are traded, and having few secrets on my own, I made a poor visitor. Who are you? My name is Alison Perry. You can call me Alison if you like. She offers a tentative smile. I'm a surgeon, but I work mostly with children. You know, healing scraped knees and the... Surgeon? What the fuck is surgeon? Like a sea urchin? She's a sea urchin. You know, healing scraped knees and the occasional broken bone. We're lucky here in Sedges that it's rarely anything more serious. So many children need my help. Too many. What are you doing? Waiting for an appointment, she says with a tentative smile. I heard that you're the keeper of the House of Empty Time. And you want to help. Her face suffuses with joy. She pulls you into a quick embrace. I knew you were one of us the moment we met. What do you want to know? How does the House of Empty Time work? A child enters the gate and emerges in another time to find a new family waiting for them. Willing parents register with the keeper in their own time period, and after rigorous questioning have their names added to the gate itself. After that, she shrugs, who knows? Children have loving families, and those families have children to love. Why is the House of Empty Time a secret? Because it's not the strongest system in the world. No one knows how many trips the old thing can stand, so we use it only for those who really have nowhere else to go. Her face hardens. And if everyone knew about it, some of them would treat it the same way they do the other orphanage. We'd find babies dumped in boxes, small children left crying with nothing but the clothes on their backs. She passes a weary hand in front of her eyes, breathing deeply for a moment. Sometimes it's not enough, knowing they're going somewhere better, but not always knowing where, when, or even if they're happy. So I have to make it be enough. She regards you seriously for a moment, then touches you gently on the arm. Thank you for listening. Why are you in charge of the House of Empty Time? Because I walked through it. She smiles at your reaction. So yes, I was an orphan, and yes, I'm from another time, one much earlier than the present. As a child, I had the unique pleasure of being able to read history books and imagine that my real parents were the heroes of ages past. Her smile dims. And before you ask, my parents in this time are dead, but we spent many happy years together, and I will always be thankful for the time they gave me. As for the gate itself, she looks at it fondly. When I'm dead, or hopefully before, I will choose a new guardian from those who have passed through it. I will have someone to keep my company through the end of my days. Not a bad bargain, all told. Could I adopt a child? You would make a wonderful mother, but no. She smiles apologetically. One of the main requirements for adoption is a stable, constant environment. If you ever decide to settle in Sagages, then we can talk. Take care. The Sangolin? What's that? Oh my. A tall, thin, and exquisitely dressed older man stands in the shade of an exquisitely crafted store. The cut, color, and quality of his clothes are a symphony of harmonious coordination, while the expression of benevolent condescension he gives you would be more at home on the face of a king. Good afternoon. He peers at you, eyes widening in recognition. Why, you are the one who got those creatures to stop digging under our feet. Pelior told me about it. He beams at you. I'm Sengelin. This is my store, Sengelin Fittings. You're entirely welcome. How may I be of service? What do you sell here? I sell the finest city wear for discerning man and woman, as well as quality armor for those traveling to less civilized locations. He clears his throat and directs your attention to a well-dressed mannequin wearing the badge of a city officer. Also, it is our honor to have been chosen to provide the city of Sage's Cliff with the official badges worn by all the properly credentialed city employees. You may trust in their trust in us. Ha! Stealing. Vergiss es. Can I buy an official city badge? City badges are not for sale to anyone. They are given to duly elected or appointed public servants of Sage's Cliffs, and it is illegal for me to give them to anyone who does not work for the city. I would be breaking the law. He considered, of course, most public servants do offer me some remuneration for the materials, but no. No, I would not take the risk. No, betray my trust. Too risky, too risky. About 80 shins worth of risk I would wager. Tibia. Oh Gott, wie hab ich ihn gesprochen? Scheiße. But you won't breaking the law. My friend here has been made under secretary to oversee Jean. A messenger should be coming shortly with a letter of commission, but you know how Jean is. Always a bit sloppy with the paperwork. Did I save? I didn't save. Fuck. That's alright. Thank you, Tibia, about that asking too much of this gentleman. Perhaps we could mitigate the risk to him. He pressed his lips. I'm afraid I'm unbribable, my friend, but if you were to purchase this fine pair of red boots for so 80 shins, it is possible I might leave something of value in the left boot by accident. Let me ask something else. Certainly, madam. Tell me about Government Square. Of course, ma'am. He puts a finger to his chin. Let me think. This council tower just over there in the Order of Truth, and you can't forget the red thicket. That walled courtyard on the edge of the square, or where you cruise about other, or a fountain? 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 The fountain, yes. One of the stranger, more poignant attractions in the square. The creatures in it are called jellies, and they chatter in 1,000 dead tongues. The priests say that a new jelly is born each time an old language dies. He shakes his head. You could listen to them for a month and year, and never hear the same language twice or understand a single one. Farewell. Let's see. Okay, let's see. I don't want to be a bad person. Okay, first things first. Oh! Thank you. Huh. There's something to intact. A jumble of boulders and debris lies at the foot of the surrounding cliffside. The broken remains of ancient device lie amongst the fallen stone, while off to one side a metallic canister sticks out of the top of the pile. It appears mostly intact. Examine the canister Leaning over, you notice that the container is hollow, with an opening at the top providing full access to an interior. A quick glance reveals that it's empty. While most of the canister is relatively intact, a small part of its exterior wall has been pried open, exposing delicate mechanism. Well, using the pried open panel as a starting point, you delicately disassemble the exterior of the canister and manage to retrieve a fair number of intact components. Examine the rocks. You notice a slight gleam as the light hits some of the rocks at just the right angle. You lean closer, tiny mechanical devices are embedded in the rock. A quick search of the rest of the pile reveals that only a small percentage of the rocks are more than they appear. Smash. Smash! Ah! You gather up all the stones you can find with machinery close to the surface and set to work. Soon you have a tidy pile of components that should serve as shins. I did just scavenge like 100 something. Holy shit. I really want to repair this little dude. How do I do that? God damn it. Flinda, Ceresty. Can you do that? Can you do that? I know somebody could do that, but I forgot who. Who? Nope. You? What did the book look like? The thief said, plain coin, known fool. Well, that is was a large book called The Tome of Thing and Taunts, bound on the skin of unknown animals and branded with a jack symbol divided into 5 different colours. Red, blue, silver, gold and purplish. Valinda knew the word indigo, of course, but suspected the thief did not. Performer, agento. You! Prata, I thought it was. Could you do that? Quadruple sure. God damn it. You? You! Maybe you? Oh, Mimian and Kashmir are up there. Hello! As you approach the clock, there is pause in the argument that you next to it are having. The petite woman turns around. She has unusual, a light, almost yellow color, and her bright eyes dominate her pretty face. Excuse me, but my colleague and I were having a discussion, and her eyes fall upon your tattoo and her breath catches audible in her throat. Her partner is a unnaturally tall man, gaunt and sore-faced, his voice sonorous with the fingers that twitch and weave through strange contortions. Occasional light sparks in the air as he does. He turns to you and opens his mouth to speak, registers your tattoo and closes it again. His throat bobs for a moment, and he says, "It is an honor." He nods his hat to the two of them. "Oh, Allergen. I've brought someone you should meet," He turns to you. There's a Cashman Memian. They're the leader of the local branch of your church. You have our thanks for the introduction, Elidern. Our deepest thanks. He says that he eyes, oh my goodness. He eyes the Ian priest for a moment as if about to say more, but thinks better of it. Interesting. Elidern has rarely been so helpful to us in the past. He collects himself. If I might impose you on your time for a moment, will you tell me about your tattoo? How did you shape it? Do you know why it differs from the other? I'm having trouble placing her. Could it be? I need more time to question her. The others? What do you mean shape it? Don't tattoos stay the same? Not yours, revered one. Her voice is the barest whisper as she curtsies. What curtsies? You are cast of a changing god, light of brilliance. His touch is on your hair, the tattoo marks you as his child. She gazes at you enwrapped. You're not alone. Others cast off live, and we treasure each of you. You're welcome here, revered one. We stand ready to serve as we can. Have you any questions? Who are you? He considers your words before answering. A thoughtful pause. I am Mimian. I am one of the leaders of the cult of the changing god in Sage's Cliff, and my primary duty is a chief archivist. My colleague is Kashmin. She is responsible for the day-to-day administration of our encampment. Can you tell me about the city? The city your sire built and defended, the cradle of civilization, the centre of the empire of knowledge. His eyebrows rise and his slow tone is effusive. It is among the great works of humanity in the ninth world, built in the foundations laid by unknown creators. It has risen to become one of the preeminent cities in Caravia's Sound. He pauses. It is somewhat diminished in these latter years, to be sure. Perhaps if the changing god were to return to lead us to glory. Do you know anything about the sorrow? She shudders and touches herself ritualistically. God damn it, brain, stop that! On the forehead, on her lips. A monster of deepest nightmare. I have heard that it wasn't for you. I need a break. I've heard that it wants you dead. Every one of the Holy One's creations, all dead. I don't know why, but it hates you. Can you tell me anything else? He nods somberly, raising a finger to his forehead. Only that it is remorseless, pitiless, and it wants nothing more than the destruction of you and all those who, like you, were created by your sire. What can you tell me about my sire? You mean the most accomplished inventor of our time? The heroes of Sage's Cliffs? The man who dodged death itself? The Time Weaver? The man who destroyed the Tabbath? Oh, we have so much to say. She catches herself. But perhaps we should wait for another time. Do you know anything about the device called a resonance chamber? Rumor and conjecture, nothing more. Idle speculation from those who wish to pretend to knowledge of our sire's motivations, passed along as fact. He leans out to touch you. Have you seen it? Do you know what it is? What it does? I need to know who can repair it. So, you have seen it? Have you touched it? She catches herself. She seems almost overwhelmed. Your tattoo, like all the others, but this one is different. He looks sharply at you now, all distraction gone. I do not recognize you. He says, you do not match any description we have recorded. She snaps her finger as she is finally figuring out the mystery. You're... Oh, wait, let me remember your face, you study you carefully. You... Oh my, you knew! Are you the changing god? Can it be? She reaches out to touch your sleeve and pulls her hand back quickly. No, I'm not. Her eyes flicker toward you and his mouth draws down for a moment, but he says nothing. He's not satisfied. As I thought, you are cast off one of his children. He touches you with his long-fingered hand as if in consolation. There is no shame in such a thing. Many cast off have come to attention, and some of them have sought to deceive us so that they might seem more important. He smiles softly. If you are as near as we suspect, it is better for you, for us to know the truth of their existence than to bluster and lie. Crestfallen, she touches your shoulder. Are you sure you're not? She catches herself. No, why would you lie about that? With a noticeable effort, she wrenches herself into optimism, and she chirps, But you're new, aren't you? You're new! Have you decided what you will do? What you'll be? Your size other children have done amazing things. Amazing, and no doubt you will as well. He lays a hand on her shoulder and his voice is low, cautionary. Cares. She looks away from you for a moment, swallowing sudden tears, and he says, We have a request for you. He gestures toward the clock behind him. Dark figures circumambulate these clocks' faces. I theorize that the Osiris creation of the time shields that protect the city established a connection with his future selves. Given this, we believe those figures may be cast-offs, or ghosts of cast-offs, perhaps. The living shells of the bodies your creator has worn previously. His fingers shrug eloquently for him. The clock is unmoored in time, you see. We don't have knowledge sufficient to investigate, but you might. You have a connection with he who created the clock. You should be able to align it with the present time and uncover who these figures are. A gentle rare smile appears. If you cannot, at least you will increase our store of knowledge. She smiles bravely, looking between Mimian and you, and says, And then we can answer the question you must have, right, Mim? Do you have any idea how to fix the clock? We have tried. We've appealed to the Order of Truth. I have spoken with eminent seekers of knowledge. We have sent for wisdom from as far as the steadfast. A great achievement, you must agree. None have given us an answer. We believe your sire created the device or had a hand in it. Perhaps. Dismay dances across his finger. His hungry-eyed compatriot steps in. Perhaps you can find an answer where others failed, and then we can help you. She turns away. You will have our boundless gratitude, revered one. To Cliff's Arch. Reform words. Oh. Delightful. Okay, somebody. Can you repair me something? Mutant? Changing guard, Crooked Creek. Fair enough. Can you repair me something? Okay, no. The map won't help me. Yeah. I have a device on me. Well, I'll go oh, fuck. He can repair, but he can only repair... That's stupid. Can you repair? Somebody should repair my goddamn little miniature robot thing, please. God damn it. What's bothering you? Nothing, no offense. But I don't need you at all, leave me alone. Oh yeah, I talked to her. And this guy's not helping!
At last.
Okay, there's nobody trying to help me. Capable of helping me, I guess. Okay. Maybe you. I still need to get over there. I want those hamsters, god damn it! Proportionally speaking, the creature that led these eggs must be truly formidable. Okay. Wait, I can get down there? How? Whoa, 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 stop, 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 stop. What? She's... what? What? Where are you walking? See, you can't do that. But I can't go in here. Where did I go in there? Clarion. Uzg. The most distinguishing feature of this tall, vaguely awkward man is the yellow shirt he wears. He seems desperate to fade back into the scenery. When he seems to notice him, he gives you a faint, uncomfortable grin. Something about him seems off, as if he were a flicker in the air, strangely two-dimensional. He does not seem to emit sense of presence at all. Who are you? Aaron Koldisk, he almost whispers. I am not here. Any more? No, this is like a dream to me. Can you tell me anything about the people here? She shakes his head as is terrified to meet your gaze. What can you tell me about this place? Nothing. Why can't I sense you? Skist, he mutters. The yellow shirt fades away, and then the skin, muscles and bone. What remains is vaguely humanoid shimmers. I am Yisk Aaron, a trans-dimensional projection from a distant past. This abacus form. This is not the truth of me, trapped in this body, but I'm not this. What an abacus. A ghost, trans-dimensional. It feeds. I only watch and learn. Where are you from? Distant past, epochs, echo, tuning through time to see future. Overshot. It shrugs vaguely. Maybe next visit. Can you affect this reality? Only words. The ghostly hands pass through you. Nothing touches. Only ideas. No physical energy conveyed. How did you get to this place particular? When casting through time, saw light, drawn to, civilized thought, admiring, psychic. Farewell. Farewell. Well, this will be fun. Oh yeah, this will definitely be fun. Your eyes cannot focus on this person. Whether male or female you cannot say, but it hums with a force that both attracts and repels you. You feel a sense of amusement as its regard settles upon you. You speak with O, it says. You have tasted the truth in the form of machine lubricant. You have contemplated the totality of human existence. Speak quickly and true. The world slows around you. The being that has no mind to speak of, where there should be thoughts, you instead sense only a deep, endless hole threatening to swallow your own mind. Who are you? I'm O. You might call me an ultra-terrestrial, though I'm far more. I'm from beyond space, beyond time, and above your comprehension. Your mind has chosen this form for me, and I'm content to exist in this structure. But now that I exist also outside of your subjective experience, some might describe me as a superpositional extraction of fundamental universal laws made tangible. It gestures liquidly, and you understand perfectly. I am a word made flesh, a letter at least, a concept covered in a false skin, infinitely malleable, essentially unknowable. What does it mean to be a word? I was, am, will be. I see into the infinite past, into the illimitable future. When the cosmos erupted in a sea of light, I saw it. When the mechanism winds to a sad, creaking end, I will weep. At the moment the great wings of death enclose creation, I am the last vestige of dust, frozen, forever perfected. What are you doing here? I am here to see the final attempt at entry by the adversaries. I'm here to offer a vision to Leto. Did you say this was the final attempt at entry by the adversaries? The adversaries thought to peer through realities, to devour this world as they have others. They have never lost. This world is their first taste of defeat. Within themselves, the eaten cores of the victims begin to stir. The adversaries will cease to exist in any meaningful form within a millennium if they are stopped here. This is an inflection point. If the warriors here succeed, the adversaries do not rise again for an eon, so it's written. Where did you come from? You would not understand. Let me show you. Its eyes widen, expanding to fill the room, your vision, your unconsciousness, your tumble into starry immensity. Swirls of nebula twist and knot, and in the hearts of these stellar clusters roar hungry vortices. You tumble helplessly into a myriad of them at once, torn apart and reformed in an instant, a being of pure light and will. You find yourself standing in a fifth eye again. Your nose is running and tears streak your cheeks. You wipe them away numbly, and you realize your hand is streaked with blood. Oh, cool! Last caster permanently gained +1 intellect pool. Nice. Too much information. Too much knowledge. Had I shown you more, the energies that bind you together would have failed. You said you had come to offer a vision to Leto. She is presence. She is the mother of empires. The adversary's presence has polluted her vision. She has strayed from the page. I'm here to reunite her with the truth. I do not intervene, but this story was true, so it is true. So this is not an intervention. The vision will come when you have to leave the city. Farewell. A moment. None here will know of your conversation. None will know its nature. Don't see me, nor will they recognize any sign of me. Even as in remarkable place they cannot know. But I give you a gift, cast of and God and woman, for yours is a true story. It is welcomed into the world. It was born from the Zion will end in. But no, I do not tell your fortune. Light envelops you, and when you open your eyes, O is gone. Last cast of permanently gained 4 health pool. Maximum health pool is now 21. Thank you! I love you. You're the woman I'm searching, right? You draw closer, but the wispy form of the woman in a booth does not clarify. You can hardly discern the details of her ghostly face, and you hear a chorus of whispering female voices that swarm around her like chance moths. She studies your face more carefully. You peer more closely at her, and she takes no notice of you. Her features are those of a teenage woman leaving childhood behind. You have seen her face before, somewhere in the city. The ghostly woman could be her twin. Listen to the whispers. They brush against your mind just below the level of conscious thought. You hear them, but not with your ears. You can only make out snatches of the whispers in your mind. You killed me, created me, never wanted to die. Who are you? She's been ignoring you, but with our transitional state, her face is suddenly furiously focused on yours. Another flicker and the hands wrap around your throat. Ghost or not, her fingers are very real and they're choking the life from you. You manage to wrest her fingers from your throat and you hurl her away. You cop on the crouch, ready for another attack. But she's looking away from you as if nothing had happened.
Thanks for getting rid of Calestige. You have no idea what it's like traveling with her. Though I suppose you've had a taste even from that short trial.
He scoffs tone to the ground and looks away. I'm going to say this once. I'm not much of a talker, but you know I have a question about your identity. That you're willing to bring me and say something about you. What that is, I'm not sure yet. Still, I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt, and I will help where I can. Clear. Yes. So that's settled. We've got things to do, right? I just wanted to save. For a moment you're not entirely sure if you look upon a construct or a human. The plastic sheen of this pale man's skin suggests artificiality. But if he's a construct, he is so cunningly constructed, so close to the human baseline, that the illusion is nearly perfect. Except his head is a trifle too large, his eyes black buttons. Then you realize the truth. He is a visitant, his home many millions of miles distant. Alma's my name. What can you tell me of yourself? He lifts his great head slowly and fixes you with a dolorous gaze. I'm Almas. I am the keeper of souls, last of my kind, only survivor of a civilization that spanned time and space. Now they're gone, their stars black, realities won't carry me. He turns his head backwards towards his drink. What happened to your people? The highest caste of power, controlled we minds, ideas for all souls of empire. A great web we wove, shining with power, but other nodes, they winged away until only I remain. His fingers drum on the tabletop, an image of my people I carry, but no place to make it real, our domain lost. I alone and paralyzed with indecision and fear. Did I destroy them? I was not disconnected, or was I? How did you get here? He looks around. Not my time, not my place, yet when the connection to home broke, a beacon shone here. 5 minds drew me, a light in darkness. They were not as light to understand. They were safety, surety, while new home I find. In this place I have clear thought, untarnished. How did your civilization die? I doubt arose. It took seat, took flight. These thoughts connected to our network. These questions spread like disease. Trust, mistrust rooted. Knots they covered. Without nuts, without control of dreams, the civilization falls. And then they're gone. I alone remain. What was the doubt that destroyed your civilization? I do not know. I do not recall. Yet something in stance suggests otherwise. I know. I recall. Perhaps I can help. Tell me of your people. We were gracious autarchs, grinning souls of architecture, children of the stars. Those are our control lived as we bade, controlled them, directed them. We gave them happiness, gave them thoughts, gave hope and took hope away. A place of relentless peace and prosperity under our rule, saw we all possibilities, limitless our potential. Tell me the doubt that destroyed your civilization. I know you know. I do, yes. It was my doubt, mine, my question. I ask only, what if our way is not best? What if our people have desires of their own, ones that we don't know? Ones that we do not give. He placed a single hand across his eyes and then slowly slides it away. The others began to see, and questions gave way to self-doubt. Self-doubt gave way to self-hate. I wanted only to know what is best. How do we become better? Not to tear us down, but I shone a bright light on behavior, on truth. But our center could not hold on the truth. His wet, terrified eyes fixed on yours. Was I to blame? The civilizations and fixed me? On me? In dreams I see their faces, but not their minds. Tell me truth. His fault mine? Are you sure they're gone? What if they saw your doubt and just cut you away, cast you aside? Horror dawns in his face. Is this why I cannot feel them? Why I retain only an image? He closes his eyes and concentrates hard. Around the bar other patrons wince and cover their ears with their hands. You feel the brushing of a great and terrifying whole of the anguish. He whispers, I am alone. I feel an echo, but no true response. As if they hide. He pulls his hands apart, and you have the sense of vast network of power contained between them. He raises his hands before his face, and then crumbles his fist. The energy vanishes. I have severed the last connection, the last hope. If they exist still, they must exist without me. Let me be forgotten. No more, he whispers. No more. He drops his head and weeps. Did I something bad? Did I do something bad? Did I just destroy his life? Please, I must be alone. Clarion. This young woman wears finely polished armor and paces back and forth restlessly on the walkway. Along her is lustrous and healthy, and her whole form exudes a wholesome vitality. When she sees you, she raises her voice in greeting. Welcome, friend to the Fifth Eye. She strides closer to speak more softly. You come at an exciting time. I've been trying to convince some veteran warriors of their eminent suitability to join the endless battle. So far they have rebuffed me, but perhaps you can succeed where I failed. Tell me about yourself. I am Clarion. I seek strong warriors, brave souls to fight in the endless battle, to hold back the advance of the enemy. Endless battle? Much as it sounds, she says. It stems from a rift between the changing god and one of his offspring, and has endured for hundreds of years, ranging over the same battlefields, using the deadliest technology of the ancients. Landscape is scarred and pitted beyond recognition. The walls between dimensions are thin there. Everyday horror crosses onto our world. She stands arm akimbo. Worse in recent years. The struggle has expanded. Nearby settlements found to provide material support for the combatants, or existing there long before the two sides came to range in their borders, have been engulfed by the spreading chaos. She frowns. It is not too late to change the course of the battle, if only warriors of proven mettle would join the fight. That is why I am here. That is why I beg for your help. A glorious conflict, so many have grown stronger in its wake. It is not truly endless, of course, but it has raged for hundreds of years. Imagine the wonders you see around you, the discarded pieces of the ancient lives. Now imagine all their power bent toward destruction. Imagine what that would do to the land. It is a force, a disaster that creates heroes. What sides are you recruiting for? The changing gods! He has always been the patron of the Sage's Cliff. Perhaps we would not exist if not for his lives and his cast-offs. Certainly we would not be as we are. She pauses. But that's not the only reason. The changing gods' forces have allied with the towns and villages of the Berxulian Waste. We seek to prevent the endless battle from expanding beyond its borders, growing in size once again. The enemy has attempted to sweep across the plain before. They tricked the changing gods' allies. Centuries ago, destroyed an army of sand knights and took off the settlement in a race. We won't let them do it again. If I help you, will I get a reward? Of course, I'm not a wealthy woman, but I have allies in the city who are. The more veterans you convince to join the battle, the more we will get paid. Can you tell me anything about those veterans you hope to recruit? They have fought in countless battles and emerged victorious. They have made decisive forays that turned entire wars. They have clever, thoughtful thought, only their reputation. The third inversion, for instance, saw them reach into a new dimension, and I won't bore you with the details, but they were integral in an offensive that would have changed the course of that conflict. They've kept their abilities largely secret from me. I've not seen them in action, but the stories tell of 5 companions who turned the course of war. Why are you trying to recruit these veterans? Perhaps they're tired of war. She shakes her head. Conflict shapes us all. It sharpens us, makes us stronger than we ever thought we could be. If you hide from it, you will never know what you might have become. Or worse, you will easily prey for those who are stronger or crueler than you. She clutches your shoulder. These veterans have grown tired and complacent. I want to help them recapture their lost. No, I want to make them even greater than they were. Even if they become prey, it will make whoever hunts them very strong. I will help you.
Remember that.
You will have my gratitude and a generous reward if you can succeed in this, friend. She begins to point. At the bar you see Leto, the woman clad in desert robes. Behind the bar Feriok, at the table there's Siobe. She lowers her voice again. With Siobe you see Theoboros. He's older but he's great experience. She indicates the final target with her chin. And then the crowning piece, Dharma. He's the leader. Always a pleasure. I don't have a good feeling, sorry. Leto. For the bartender is a tall, powerful, built man with nut-brown skin and a bushy beard. He radiates strength and confidence. He moves with speed that when necessary remains almost motionless the rest of the time, like a predator waiting to leap. Yet even when he prepares a drink he doesn't touch a thing. His brow furrows lightly, and the bottles and glasses lift by themselves. When he sees you, he smiles broadly. Welcome to the Fifth Eye, friend. I'm Feriok. Ferok's mind is a careful blank. You cannot read anything from him. Clary needs your help. She's looking for warriors to fight in the endless battle. Ha! No. No way. This boy's my life. And I've done my time. I've got no interest in fighting for people I don't know. For a cause I don't believe in. You, go right ahead, but count me out. He pauses for a moment, lost in thought and communion. You know what? Maybe you could convince Clarion to take her recruit to act somewhere else, if you want to, I mean. But really, what she's doing and what she's thinking is pretty offensive. Can you tell me about this place? The fifth size bar for psychics. At least it is now. In the prior world, as near as we can tell, there was an old pumping station. All these pipes lead down to some reservoirs deep beneath the city, and they pump whatever in the reservoirs up here. He laughs. Anyway, some damn fool started drinking from the pipes, and some other fools started in too. Some of them died, but some got drunk as hell. After a few hours vague enough for you, they got pretty good at figuring out which was safe and which weren't. And that's when they figured they'd start making money off this place. The reason psychics flock here is because the building dampens out the psychic noises of this city. He grins. The drinks help too. Ferric means to say that he's only involving in the delivery of these drinks other than their creation, giving a skill that is only right and proper. He throws a hand across his forehead. I've been melanged by the desert-dwelling antelope. You said this is bar for psychics. What does this mean? I mean, this is a place where psychics can unwind. Get away from the city. Get away from the noise. You know what it's like to be psychic? Oh, let me paint a picture. Imagine every time you're going to sleep, someone comes and starts screaming in your ear. Or objects in a room start whispering about how they want to burn. Or they might tell you their secret names and how to make them float and dance at your command. Or maybe every person you met is like a house with all its doors and windows thrown open. You can't help but look in to plunder the secrets. And underneath all you hear the silent judgments. The truth they hide even from themselves. He pauses to concentrate on the floating cloth as he wipes the muck clean. Then the muck places itself on the rack. Folks think that it's a blessing to have these powers, and sometimes it really is, especially when you can join your friends to make something great, but... He shrugs. It can be hard, hateful, and you can never tell when you're going over the edge of insanity. A drink? You're in for a treat, my friend, a real treat. Assuming you call the possibility of a toxic reaction a treat, of course. He points at the various pipes on the wall. We're positively identified some of these are safe. Smaller subset here's as inebriants and hallucinogens. We've got a few that are, well, chancy, as in sometimes they kill people. Cost for safe drink, 3 drinks, experimental ones, those are 10. Let's talk about the chancy drinks. We've got this strange black liquor, thick enough that it's almost chewy. There's a pink sludge that is a non-entheogen, but its strength varies and sometimes kills people. We have one that smells like almond fruit, and we sometimes use that one to get rid of stubborn grease stains. It's acidic, but, well, maybe it's an acquired taste. What does it say? Safe drinks, 3 shine. Okay, give me a safe one. He nods and closes his eye. Coming right up, he murmurs. Glasses and cups flow through the air without his touch, moving with precision to the spigots on the walls. Once that is before you, you drink it. It tastes like clicking a greasy metal pole that strangers have held all day. The sounds around you become muffled for a few moments. That's all for now. Farewell. So I can talk to this veteran, or I can talk to her again. Let's try that for a moment. Again. Nutter. I've talked to Ferric. He refuses to leave. She shrugs. He has not been the same since his last battle. His powers seem to have changed, but he has not become noticeably stronger. No great loss. Oh well. Though this woman's face is young, she has been beaten hardly by the sun. She wears a tight-fitting skin suit under loose desert robes. Her eyes are deep and unsettled black, with no whites to be seen. Occasional streaks of light race across them, flashing in the shadows of her hood like stars plumbering from the sky. "I am Leto," she says. "I saw you coming. Now you are here." Lita's mind is inscrutable. Your thoughts reflect back at you from 1,000 angles, like shining a light into a mirrored ball. Are looking for warriors to join Clara in the endless battle. She thinks you'd be valuable ally.
Remember that.
Dharma is still here, is he not? I follow his lead. He believes one of our old fold is still present in the city, and if he believes it, I do as well. I will not abandon him should he need me. What can you tell me about yourself? To the northeast, in the middle of the Lost Sea, there's a small town called Jerboa. Dwarfed by the magnificence of the oasis of Murat Julius, Jerboa is a poor town dependent on the charity of its neighbour. She nods to the bartender, and he refills her drink, floating a bottle through her hair without touching it. I was born in the slums, the Gibra. Residents of the city would sometimes tour our ghetto. One of them saw my eyes and declared me touched by their god, Nico. They taught me the deep secrets of their search and showed me how to comprehend the tapestry in my mind. But one day saw light flare in Selgus cliffs. Thought the city and mine suffer hostilities. I knew that it must be brave, those danger, for I saw the darkening storm. She grips your sleeve. I see their futures. I will not be able to return home, but I arrived on time to aid Dharma in his struggle against their adversaries. For a time I was able to read the strands to help our team prepare against the adversaries' attack, but they learned to cloak themselves against me, and all I could see over their intent was a generalized darkness. I am of little use against the adversaries now, but I remain to help against other foes. What can you tell me about the people here? I know the stories of my comrade in arms, their past and their future. I have a deep bond with Zobe, a friendship with Theoboros. My respect for Dharma knows no limit, and I have fond recollections of Furious ready wit. She shakes her head. I wish I could unravel the skein of perception and live in the present, as do so many others. But it's not to be, and so I scramble across the web of time and know the threads of my friends. Of whom did you want to speak? Tell me about Dharma. He is the lodestone, the hourglass, the light that lifts and the rope that binds. His strength is our strength, and through him we can become stronger. He is the caller, the bringer, the tactician, and the strategist. He brings us to this place, and in the future he is gone. He does not see you as she speaks. The unseen adversary claims him, unless the probabilities are too low. She shakes her head, bringing herself back to the present. Is he still here? She slashes a glance toward a man in a blue shirt and breathes a sigh of relief. Feriok? A sea of pain and love, a great light, his power, speech, and attraction, an empath, a weaver of hope and reconciliation. The story I love most is this: an angry citizen comes, threatening violence, and Feriok eases its pain and makes a new man in his place. In those old strands, Feriok is my friend. And you mine, Leto. Of whom did you want to speak? Siobe. She gives herself to little Kratet. During the Cobalt breach, she erects a shield around her company and fires precise bolts of telekinetic rage into the attackers. She destroys the inhuman captain, hurling him from the walls into dark space, and then dismembers the attackers who came to have come for me. In that day, she is my hero. She is the only one of us who can touch the physical world so completely. And when Dharma dies, she stands to unite us. No, wait, this is real, not yet. She slaps herself lightly and mutters, Walk in this world, Leto, this world alone. Of whom did you want to speak? Theoboros. He follows the trail of the words of Kra. He finds the dead village in his mind. He seals the words, and they chew him to pieces until his brain has lost their knowledge altogether. She looks across the bar to the old man. Oh, that is a past possibility. That is not this reality. His mind is still intact. His stories still resonate. Is this the world in which he buries the last of the words of Kra? She shrugs. But he's the man who helps plan our battlefields. He shapes our expectations. It is he who brings the first adversary low. It shows him a story, and he tells it a better one. It bows to his vision before it knows his strength, and he traps it. He's a hero to this reality, although he knows it not. I have spoken all the stories I will tell. What can you tell me about the adversaries? She spits on the ground. I waste water speaking of them. I do not know what they are, but I know that they represent. They are the depth of possibilities and existential threat of humanity. They sweep minds into themselves and consume individuality and worship power, and they have learned to counter mine. I am helpless against them. Being named O is here to give you a vision. It says you will be the mother of empires. She stares at you, her mouth open slightly, her eyes flicker across the bar, landing on no one in particular. I have not yet received a vision, and a mother? Me? She shakes her head. I am barren. I will give no life. She pauses, her hands are shaking. She whispers, I see only a stain when I look at myself, nothing more. A miasma cloud my vision of self. How did you know I'd come here? Skeins of leaves weaving together on a tapestry. Your thread glows. It emerges from the sky, and a grey darkness follows in your wake. She waves a hand as if pushing through a cobweb. I've seen you. Where you go, that is beyond my powers. Can you tell me everything about a people I travel with? Ask and I will tell. Alexandre! She turns her unsettling gaze on the man. Your regrets will destroy you. You carry your pain and your salvation, but you do not look closely enough to recognize the truth. Open yourself, hold your scars tight, and you might emerge whole at the end of your ordeals. Typical Tuesday platitude. Tell me what I need to know, don't tell me anything. The future's light is not reducible to simple words. Not everything conforms to the science you treasures, priest. I've told you what you need to know. It is up to you to seize its truth, or let it fall to the ground unheeded. Eretes! Yes, tell me about me! She frowns at him and pokes a finger at the golden glow that surrounds him. She snatches her finger back at it as if burned. His future's bright, but short. After a long moment he bursts out, Was that it? I expected to hear something about fighting Cerex or leap heroically into a flying vehicle, wresting the controls from its savage pilot. I do like to fly, you know. I'm a very good pilot. That is the kind of thing I wanted to hear about. The fainted touch of a sad frown at the corner of her mouth is her only response. German Tibur. For the gallow glass, I've only one prediction. Change your ways or live with your regrets forever. Forever? That's a long time, my dear. I'm told nothing lasts that forever. I've spoken. Farewell, as you wish. I must save. You can hear liquid coursing through these ancient pipes. This whole building seems to predate the ninth world. These pipes are pumping fluids from somewhere outside the bar. Somewhere added the spigot later, so the fluids probably weren't intended for drinking. Can't I just... The booth has once a metal tank that held some liquid.
All right.
Did he say boring? Sir Arthur, this man has leathered dark brown skin and hair as white as the full moon. He peers at you from beneath long strips of eyebrows, sucking on a long pipe that has been made from either segmented wood or the leg of an enormous insect. His clothing is blue and formal like a priest or a professor of some kind. All over him, on his belt, in every pocket, on both shoulders, even hovering in the air around his head, are glowing, shimmering devices of all kind. Let me guess. He sucks from his pipe. A ball of green steam floats away from his mouth. You are a traveller, that much is clear. An explorer, yet after look of a farmer, visiting a teeming metropolis for the first time. He taps various relics on his person. Never seen the like, have you? Fortunately for you, I adorn education, educating folks in the subject of the numenera. I've also travelled extensively and seen much of the world. Go ahead, ask me whatever you would like to know. A metallic bug-like creature perched on the side of the head begins glowing. It crawls into his ear and he pauses as though listening. After a moment the bug scuttles out and resumes its perch. He leans forward, lowers his voice. "Oh, so you were a mind reader, eh? Well, I won't hold it against you, but old Arthur wouldn't walk into a bar of psychics without mental protection, so don't expect to read much from me." "How did you know I could read your thoughts?" "Truman told me." He points at the bug now burying itself in a shock of white hair. "He can detect that sort of thing, and then this one blocks it." He pulls a circular device from his pocket. "I don't like letting people know what I'm thinking. Too dangerous." He puts the device back into his vest. "That's the new disc, of course. My first psychic blocker used to melt brain matter, provoke people to no end, especially those who didn't know their friends were psychic." "Who are you?" "Goodness forgive me." He stretched out his hand. "Sir Arthur Torrin, traveller, explorer, lifelong student of the Numenera. I've seen everything between here and the Steadfast, and I've studied Numenera of all kinds of decades. There is no man more knowledgeable about the nth world than he who sits before you, I assure you. Why are you here?" "Knowledge, of course. I've travelled all over the Steadfast and the beyond, but I had to know what was beyond the beyond. Who knows how much time I'd left in this world? I wanted to see for myself." "Why are you here in the tavern?" "Libations." He lifts his glass enthusiastically. "I'm trying to determine the nature of these fantastic liquids. Also the people are here quite informative. No better place to learn about a city than its tavern." He takes a deep swig from its glass. "Who are the Numenera?" His eyes light up, as too do a number of devices on his person, though you cannot see why. "The Numenera are practically everything around you. We live along off the detritus of uncountable civilizations, many of which were more powerful than you or even I can imagine. Everything that left us in is the Numenera. Weapons, power sources, medicines, gels, plants, animals, why even the very grit in the ground and shins in your pocket are example Numenera. It's such a broad term that the Order of Truth has categorized the Numenera with terms like oddities, ciphers, and artifacts. Of course, any true student of the Numenera considers these categories too broad still. I have my own distinctions, but that is neither here nor there." He takes a puff from his pipe. "In any case, it is the Numenera that power the wonders of the world, from explorers, esoterics, to the datasphere, to the drinks in this very tavern." "What is the difference between oddities, ciphers, and artifacts?" He takes a long puff of his pipe before answering. "For the most part," he says, "those terms refer to how useful a device is. It makes sense. As wonderful and powerful as the relics of a parser, nobody in this world gives a damn unless it can fix their problems." He sighs. "They don't care how it works or where it came from, but if they can use it to feed themselves, fight off an errant grask, or at least get them a free extra shins, now they're interested." He shows you the back of the fist and sticks out the thumb. "Oddities are the least useful. They do something all right. Heat your drink, float in the air, make everything you say sound like music, whatever. But it's rarely something anyone can get any utility out of. Oddities are fascinating, but pragmatically they're only worth a few shins. He sticks his pointer finger in the air next to his stump. "Ciphers, now those might do anything. Heal your body, shoot a blast of flame, teleport you somewhere safe, and so on. But they're volatile. Whatever they do, they will do it just once. And if you don't know what you're doing, putting too many together can give you what's called cipher sickness." He puts his third finger. "Artifacts won't do that. The term belongs to devices that last. Maybe not forever, but more than a one-shot." "What's cipher sickness?" "Terrible. Oh, just terrible." He sets his pipe down. "Ciphers are volatile devices, as I told you. If you know what you're If you know what you're doing, you can separate, isolate, quarantine, and thus carrying more ciphers than your average explorer without ill effects. Something in this person starting chirping. He taps his pocket to stop, but otherwise pays it no mind. But if you carry more than you can handle, those ciphers wreck in unpredictable ways, draining your energy, wearing you down, or worse. He leans forward conspirationally. This one time, a cyclist of ciphers bond to each other and gain what I can only describe as sentience. Rip my sen. I'm going crazy. Rip my assistance to pieces before tearing off into the gold desert. I haven't seen it since. He picks up his pipe and sticks it back in his mouth. It was completely unexpected. I feel bad about that assistant, but well, science and all that. He shrugs. Fortunately, most effects of cipher sickness are temporary, easily cured by simply getting rid of some ciphers. How would you categorize the numenera? Fascinating question. He sets down the drink and leans forward. I will give you the brief version, because you obviously have places to be. But simply, I'm less interested in how useful a device is than in its means of function. He takes a quick puff from his pipe and sets that down as well. Now, the technology of the prior world is far too incomprehensible and varied for us to truly understand which civilizations created what. What we can define some basic categories. He counts each one on his fingers. Many devices deal with fundamental forces, gravity, magnetism, sound, light, even time itself. Automatons created intelligence fall under artificial life. Biotechnology covers a wide variety of numenera. Many plants and animals that we consider natural were in fact created by prior worlds for some arcane purpose. The bloom might fall under this category. Someday I will hire a team to find out, if I can't find anyone reckless enough. They are chemical devices as well as those dealing in various forms of matter, metal, liquids, crystals, and conversions between the three. His eyes light up. The most interesting are also the most esoteric. Nanotechnology, which covers much of what common folks consider magic. Transdimensional tech and technology related to the datasphere itself. He leans back, reinserting his pipe, but they adjust the classifications I prefer. The numenera defy definitions. What is the datasphere? It's difficult to say exactly. At the most basic level, the datasphere is information stored within the air itself, but it's much, much more than that. Several of the prior worlds created similar spheres of knowledge around or throughout the world. Our term datasphere encompasses all of them, the connections between them and the effects thereof. For example, he lifts a knobbled finger. People talk about glimmers, visions from another place of time, or time. These are actually from portion of the datasphere accessing human minds. Some ciphers, even some nanos, can access arcane knowledge from the datasphere. Why, even so-called telepathy is something two people communicating through the datasphere without realizing. The datasphere as a subject of research is far too large for several lifetimes. Alas, I have only been able to spend my time delving into devices that seem to use it, but not the datasphere itself, or rather the various and incompatible network that comprise the datasphere, perhaps someday. What are esoteries? Esotery is the common name for any of various powers or abilities that cannot be explained by our understanding of science. Nanas are capable of esoteries more than most, but other people and even creatures sometimes exhibit powers that we could call esoteries as well. What are shins exactly? He peers at you over his glasses. You are new, aren't you? Shins are currency. The Ian priests believe that some very ancient prior worlds used the specific metal or crystals as currency per their rarity, but of course no metal is truly rare anymore. Half the nanos I've met can transmute metal into crystal. Why I once transmuted flesh into gold, though no, not entirely on purpose. Anyway, rarity is useless as a means of value, so the value of shins is necessarily a social construct. Shins can be any coin-like object or jagged bit of interesting material, though I think you will find there is remarkable agreement as to what does and does not constitute a true shin. Many realms of the steadfast actually meant their own money, but you don't be hard-pressed to find a travelling merchant who didn't accept anything you had on you at the time. How is Drid part of the numenera? Run your hand through the soil, girl, and you'll find it's hardly soil at all. It is filled with the microscopic remains of ancient, unknown technology and structures, commonly known as Drid. Why in some places the Drid is even alive. He takes a sip from his mug. I don't recommend sleeping on the ground in those places, by the way. Terrible, unnerving for the survivors. What is the Order of Truth? It's what you might call an organized religion, except it's not a religion. Oh, members of the order call themselves priests, and their founder, the Emperor Pope, but they do not worship anything per se, except perhaps their own intellects. I understand this town has its own branch of the order. They could answer your questions better than I. How do you know so much about the Numenera? Cipher gathering was always the main source of income for my family. Alas, no more, but I have extended that penchant into pure research. It is not arrogant to say that mine is one of the greatest laboratories and steadfast, while an entire university has sprung up upon my home. I specialize in research and experimentation. Prospective assistants apply almost daily, which is good considering how quickly we churn through them. He clears his throat. I would like to know more about the world. Of course, ask me anything you like. I've travelled all over the ninth world, throughout the steadfast, the beyond. I even know a little bit about this part of the world, the so-called beyond the beyond. I've met explorers of all kinds and listened to countless stories. So, what is it you would like to know? What can you tell me about steadfast? Much, my friend, much. Too much, in fact. The steadfastest collection of kingdoms and principalities far west of here. All the way at the end of the continent. He blows smoke from his mouth. It forms into a purple ball and drops to, and then through the floor. It is where the Order of True holds sway more than anywhere else. There are several different kingdoms, along with scattered villages and aldeas, but they all swear fealty to the Ember Pope and his Ian priests. He utters a small groan. The order requires noble of the steadfast to fight against the Gaians, supposedly called to the northern. I've never been there myself, so I don't know the truth, but it sounds like a waste of life and resources if you ask me. That's why I keep my laboratory in the southern reaches, as far from the conflict as possible. He sucks on his pipe thoughtfully. Granted, the order did ask me to leave after several incidents, but I was planning on moving anyway. The beyond. A wilderness between the steadfast and here. Highly dangerous. His words seem meant to be frightened, but he has excited Clemenna's eye. Some of the most interesting clays and villages can be found there. I found one village whose people hovered a meter off the ground from birth to death. The villagers of another would tell you that exact method of your future death. I can say how accurate they were, though several of my assistants tendered their resignations. Further out is the realm of the most deadly creatures in landscape and weather. Oh yes, he says, seeing your expression. The land and weather itself will rip you apart in several locations in the beyond. You've heard of the Iron Wind. It is but one of the cruel rulers of that land, through perhaps the most infamous, a cloud of invisible machines altering the physical structure of anything and anyone it touches. He grins widely as he brings his cup to the lips. Truly terrible. Beyond? You in it, friend. They call it the Sage's Protectorate, or at least this portion of it. There's Sage's cliffs and the bloom nearby. I've heard of places like Haravan or Odjolis far from the east. I'm most interested to explore this Valley of Dead Heroes I've heard so much about. A place to enter the dead. Bound to be some very interesting relics in a place like that. He sighs. In truth, I'm only a recent arrival to this place myself. You would do better speaking with the locals. What can you tell me about different kinds of explorers? Brave and intrepid souls, my friend. Explorers come in all shapes and packages, but I think you would find that most people prefer to label the bravest explorers as glaives, nanos, or jacks. Glaives are the elite warriors of the world. Nanos are those who study the numenera, using it to perform powerful esoteries. He taps a yellowish ash from his pipe. Jack is something of a catch-all term. They're mostly pragmatic folk who know little fighting and a little numenera, jacks of all trades, as it were, but explorers of any stripes are useful to have around, especially if you're expecting trouble. Why do they call this the Ninth World? An interesting question. He takes a preparatory swing from his cup. One would think it's because 8 worlds came before us, but even a cursory study of the numenera reveals far too much breadth and variation for there to have been emerged 8 prior worlds that created it all. One then might ask what qualifies as a world. We could say the first through 8 worlds are defined as the most powerful or influential civilization of the eras, but even that falls under the most basic reasoning. If the previous 8 worlds we refer to were the greatest of the ancients, then what qualifies this world, wherein we cannot even understand the most basic theories governing the time augur to be the 9th? The truth, I'm afraid, that is we call this the 9th world simply because that is what we have decided to call it. No more and no less. That's all I wanted to know. Farewell. And safe travels to you, madam. I didn't give that experience. That was like 30 minutes of talk. This man minds is sealed off from you, like trying to read the thought of a book that's been glued shut. The man is old and strong, his face lined by years of brutal experience. His face is aquiline, his nose sharp. He wears a broad-brimmed hat and his voice is a low rasp. Oh no, no low rasp again. There, Burrows, he says. Tell me a story. Make it good one. I was born falling from the sky, and now I'm trying to repair a chamber that will stop a nightmare. He watches you intently as you speak, and when you finish he nods sharply. You're telling the truth, he says. A lot of people embellish all they lay outright. Try to pretend they are more than they are, so people will remember them as giants. More often than not, they just end up looking ridiculous. He pats you on the shoulder. You've given me a rare treat, thanks. So, what do you want? Can't you help me with your Can't help you with your chamber, but maybe something else. Can you tell me about the adversaries? His eyes narrow and he leans in close. You don't want to talk them up. It's important to understand that they're not unbeatable, that they're not immortal. They're tough, hell yes, but they can be stopped. He leans back. That's sad. What are they? You hear those spirits being our pure thought. That's what they are. Expect them more like living hate. Like every nightmare of fear that you can't escape. Vortex of despair. And that's why we fight. Because they're poison. Clavering leads strong allies to fight in the endless battle. Would you be willing to join her?
Making a note.
Not while Dama's convinced that one of the adversaries still lives, no. Besides, I got other concerns, maybe later. Can you tell me about yourself? I'm the brain of this operation. He gestures with a lazy hand around the table. Without me, they lose the thread of their thoughts and spend all the time wandering in dreams. We're just trying to get away from nagging. He tips his friend a wing. It's that nagging that chops my word Emma. Though I admit that words are probably getting duller every second I spend talking to you. He turns back to you. Let's call me a warrior of language. Words are my weapons and my treasures. They might be pretty sounds to you, but to me, they're the tools that pry open your imagination and leave you vulnerable to my friends here. I build pictures, set the scenes, and create mazes in your mind. He takes a careful sip of his drink. I'm also the last person in the world to know the last words of Kra. He closes his eyes tightly. When he opens them again, you see worms of light dancing in his eyes. They're gone again with this next blink. They're weaponized meme. What? They are weaponized meme. They are a weaponized meme. What? They are a weaponized meme. Is it? What? They are a weaponized meme. A thought that sticks in your head and a tune you can't get rid of. A saying that echoes in your mind until it drives you mad and melts your brain. This is not what a meme is! I mean, a meme can drive you crazy if you're brain dead. Or strangely easy to offend. Okay. Memes. Why not? Memes! She lays a hand on his arm. You don't have to talk about this, Severus. She turns to you. It's eating away at him. It has it compartmentalized, but he says that he can feel it burning away in its mind. It feels the power in you. Can you help him? What can you tell me about the words of Kra? His long face grows more sober, if that's possible. Those words were the ruin of an ancient civilization. I had this story from a dying Neverchin before it wrested the last word from its mind. Goes like this. These scholars of the age had found deep truth about the world, and he stumbled across these words. They wrote the knowledge down and sealed the words away with the strongest warning they could find, and then they killed themselves so that they wouldn't infect their kind. The problem was they didn't count on their writing sticking through the ages. Some skiz-brained fool ignored the warnings on the bindings, read the words, and spurred them out into the civilization that had grown up in a spot over the millennia. 8 rulers of Kra, 8 words, and a continent-spanning empire fell. Its people bleeding from their eyes with hatred in their hearts. Survivor tried to school out who'd released the words, buried him in stone. The words were lost again. Neverjin, a hero found a imprisoned scholar, that tried to wipe away the knowledge he'd spoken and removed him from the world. Had the Neverjin stuck there, it would have seen the dust itself rewriting the words of Kra on the floor and the wind. He bows his head, but it was too late. The words had infested his mind. I found the words. I burned them from the world, trapped them in a maze in my mind. And they're near the exit. What are you going to do about the weaponized meme that was burning your mind? Well, I could always kill myself. Honestly, I don't think anyone else could carry it, and the alternatives are too horrific to bear. He tilts his glass towards them. I love my colleagues here, but can they handle the words of Kra? I don't think so. Right now I've got them locked into a mental construct no one has even the slightest idea how to build. I do have a space in my mind and can contain the words of Kra there. He leans back and crosses his arm. Really? And how's that you're a better custodian for the words of Kra than I'm? I'm more than strong enough. Use your psychic abilities. No? Give me a second. %. Ugh. Oh, this is not working. This is definitely not working. Is it intellect? Sweet. It's the last one I have.
Yes?
Let's try. He focuses on you and you feel something like the skittering of spires across your mind. The plunge inside and suddenly you sense his presence in the labyrinth and you can feel his mind recoil. He snaps his eyes back to you. Yes, yes. Oh, think you'd been an excellent vessel. Do not use the word. Keep it contained. Do you hear me? He leans forward and whispers the word into your ear. It is a beautiful word and you feel your tongue curling to shape it around. Tideredas claps his hand across your mouth and his eyes tight on yours, and with his mind he drags the knowledge of the word into the labyrinth in a disused corner, and he seals it with a margin of steel, glass, and dark infinities of space. He leans back, panting. Sylvie! Yes? I need a piece of my mind cauterized here. He touches his hands to her temple and she to his, and they lean forward and their foreheads touching. You see a flare of light and he cries out in pain, but he doesn't let go. Then they release their hold on each other. You see a small, smoking hole in his forehead. I couldn't take a chance it would leave a trace itself in here, he says. It's gone from me. It's your responsibility now. Can you tell me about this place? Ask Lama, ask later, ask Diobi if you're at just drink here. Came with stories? I can, but I won't. Tell them to them. Talk to them yourself. They all have a piece of wisdom that they carry in themselves, and I won't dishonor them by telling stories for them. He scratches under the berm of his head. I can eulogize them, but every story would start like, he's a warrior, selfless and self-absorbed, knowing about themselves so they can help the world. But they are all more than that. See if you can get them a different perspective than me. Farewell. And to you, suppose. Well, what? I have now a mind thing going on. Sylvie. This woman's face seems timeless, neither old nor young, unblemished but somehow not perfect. Her dark and wavy hair floats like a cloud to her shoulders. When she speaks, her voice is musical, almost artificial. I'm Ziobi, and you are? She concentrates, finger pressed to her temples. When her tremble mate starts smiling, she puts them away. I'm not actually a mind reader like these two, just a joker. So you have no mental powers? So you're not going to guess who I am? I don't know who you are, but I can tell you where you're from. Tell me, are you from the area? A small hamlet, slightly isolated, but still within the broader Sagas protectorate, somewhere near Everen Woods, perhaps? Actually, I don't know where I'm from. I was born in a falling star. What? How is that you know the language here? You must be particularly observant. Your voice, your inflections, your mannerism, they speak of someone whose upbringing was based on an older version of the Sagas Cliff dialect. That should suggest an isolated idea or clave of some sort. Although she claimed not to be a mind reader, Zyba's mind is impenetrable. She might as well be one of the bartender's pumps. I'm looking for the warriors to join the endless battle. Clarence would be honored to call you an ally.
I'll remember that.
I'm through with war. Finished. I want nothing more to do with conflict. I've served my time. My colleagues might help you, but I've refused. Don't ask again. Can you tell me more about yourself? I am Siobe, a howl from the western reach of the Crook of Kala near Matthewson. She bows her head modestly. I've had the opportunity to serve with my fellow here in a number of disturbances, though if you wish to hear more about this conflict, you must speak with Dharma. I'm their support, their backup if need be. They're physical offensive. What's going on with this place? It's the Fifth Eye. It's where the psychics and psionics of Sagas Cliff has been coming for generations to protect ourselves from the noise of the city. Life is easier when you're among friendly people, those of your own kind. She laughs, though not everyone here is technically one of us. Some of the people you see are manifestations of our minds. Some of them were caught here by our minds. Some have come from different dimensions even. She leans back, tapping a finger on her lips. I have a challenge for you. One of the 5 of us who own this bar is a projection. Talk to the other veterans of the psychic wars and see if you can figure out which of one is a projection. You can ask each of us only once, so make your questioning count. Farewell. Zoe says one of you is a psychic projection. Are you the projection or are you real? Who can say what reality is? I see strands of possibility tying the future and the past together. Probabilities grow and decrease. Is this more probability a reality? In one universe it will be another, in another it's a vanish into the web of might have been, an opportunity for nostalgia or gratitude at avoiding it. I tell you that reality is more than our perception of time. It exists beyond us. What is in the past extends in the future. Touch the threads of the past and you can see the intended shape. Know what it is that you speak and you will be able to discern your reality. Huh. What are you even saying, Leto? A smile touches her lip. Only the one who would question reality must know how that reality should behave. I am not this projection you seek. Zoe challenged me to find the person who is a psychic projection. Are you the one? Now, why would I come right and tell you? If Zoe's playing game, what should I spoil her fun? Come on, puzzle it out. Let me offer a clue. I know your subjects. I guess that's the kind of thing an empath would say, yeah? Later said you were an empath, not telekinetic. Did she now? He looks over at her and frowns. She shrugs. What if I develop telekinesis of the adversary, stole my empathetic skills? Yeah. No. God to tell you, it's a real burden of my mind to get the word out there. Humanic people could contain it, so I'm trusting you. How's humanity in the Protectorate is trusting you. Be mindful of your duty. He nods. That's heavyweight, but I think you're up to the task. He stiffens a chuckle. You and I are part of the same story now, eh? Hope you make you a good one. Zoe says one of your veterans of psychic projection. Is it you? A psychic projection. That's an interesting way to word it, Z. He tilts his head towards Zoe. Could you say that you're psychic projection in one way or another? He leans in. Put it this way: Are you always how I picture? Are you always how I picture you? Does your behavior change based on my thoughts? Yes, depending on that image. Anyway, it might change my behavior to improve your opinions. So you're influenced by my thoughts, but are my thoughts the whole of you? If they are, then you're my imagination and the converse. You would say we're one consciousness subjectively and experiencing itself. And that means we are all each other's and our own psychic projections. He takes a slow reflection breath. But we're also autonomous, huh? At least to some degree. You exist when I'm not paying attention to you. Pretty sure I've no need to imagine someone like you. We might as well say that we're all connected at a fundamental level, that our thoughts and actions have effects on each other. It might not be reality that is the truth, but we each have the perception of a truth. It's a guiding star that we use to live our lives. It's not reality for everyone, but it's reality for us. This is our story. He rolls his eyes. Oh, Ziobe, the Ouroboros is starting again. Hush you, I'm lecturing. He turns back to you. Even if we don't understand reality, we understand stories, so maybe our best gauge for how we experience each other is through the stories we know, and the words we use when we tell those stories. He laughs. What I'm really telling you is that I'm not Ziobe's projection. Maybe learn some of our tales and you get to truth. Truth anyway. The wispy moustache on this pudgy middle-aged man would be almost comical if it weren't for his deep, despairing eyes. They are the eyes of a man who has passed through the gates of alien hells and returned, though not necessarily whole. His fingers tightly wrapped around some fine glassware, strong and slim. A musician's fingers are stranglers. You can't read his thoughts at all. You might as well try to read thoughts of a war. Before you open your mouth to speak, he says, "What is that place in your head?" It's a labyrinth. A labyrinth? He raises an eyebrow and leans back on his seat. That's a novel construction. He starts ticking items off on his fingers. I've seen people construct psychic fortresses, cathedrals, graveyards, hellscapes, and vortices with no life escape. All dramatic places are powerful and forbidden, but a labyrinth? Well, that's a whole different construction. That speaks to cunning and guile. Do you mind if I take a quick look? Seems like a strange thing to carry, not know anything about. His voice is polished and clean, friendly but intent. Go ahead. My thanks, though it's not often the wisest choice to let strangers enter your mind. I will do not you any harm, might help even. He smiles to take the sting out of his word. Ready? He breathes in and suddenly you feel you are tucked inside a gigantic prism, with eyes peering at you from all around. You are held tightly in an enormous fist, and you are flimsily piece of glass out to the light. Yet somehow it is not utterly terrifying. His words come to you as if they form a distance, a shared space. Such deeps, such twists. It builds itself around your experience, around those who share it with you. Shared spaces are occasionally dangerous, so I sharpened a part of your mind. His voice draws closer and the pressure erases. I didn't probe deeply, but this would be an excellent battleground. If you lured a thought to you, you could trap it within your mind. You could destroy it. Oh, introduction, yes. 1 intellect plus... what? I'm now up to 11. He sets the glass down and shakes your hand. I'm Dama, Dama of the Bloom. He pinches the bridge of his nose, his eyes tightly shut, and you feel a gentle and powerful presence around your consciousness. I have a request for you. It might seem strange, but you have an interesting topography to your mind. You might be able to help us. The Fifth Eye is home to psychic veterans. Before the incursion of nightmares, I suppose, nightmares slithering into the city-shared deep space, eating minds and leaving husks behind. We call them the adversaries. We burned them out and cauterized the wounds through which they infected our reality, but I can't shake the nagging feeling that one of them survived and baits the strike. I trust my intuition, and now it's telling me to ask you for help. I'd be happy to help. What do I need to do? He breathes a sigh of relief. My thanks. I feel the adversary. I know it's here. I know it's close. It's watching us, but it's in its present, and I feel we'll strike when our guard is down. It may well be in the Fifth Eye even now. He shrugs helpless. Sadly, our Fifth Eye is blind. He jerks a thumb at the bartender. It might be that our foe has blinded us, but it might not have shielded itself from you. Look for it and tell me if you find something unusual. Zioba challenged me to find out bits of yours projection, so are you real? Me? I'm real as I come. He slaps his belly. Could a projection do that? He pauses. Come to think of it, Zioba probably could make one do that, and it makes sound right too. She's good. But how would you test whether psychic emanation was real? Theobald said I should pay attention to his stories. I had to say, but he's right, for once. What do the others say about me? Do I even have any interesting stories? Anything about growth, journey, change? I'm not sure I do have any good stories. I'm the same as I've always been. Sadly, more the pity. It is sad I must know how reality must behave. Good advice. Am I behaving differently than others suggest I should in reality? Fiuk said I should know my subjects. And if you know me, then you'd know there is nothing incongruous about how I behave now. He doesn't move when your fingers sink into his flesh. He grins. Satisfied? I have a question. Saved. Okay. No, not Allergen. Where is he? Ah, there. I'm grateful for your help, friend. Tell me your suspicion, and I will see if I can confirm or ally them for you. There's a strange ghostly woman over there.
Making a note.
Ah, yes. While she is unpredictable and possibly dangerous, she's not an adversary. We've tried to move her before, but she always returns. Rather than risk any damage, we just stay out of her way. I would advise you to do the same. Almost a soulkeeper. What about him?
I'll remember that.
He shakes his head. He's a tale of personal tragedy and sorrow, though perhaps the end result is not the worst for the people under his castle titular care, but he's not the adversary. Could it be... They talk to a being called O, definitely not human.
Making a note.
I have sensed O's presence and reach out to it with my mind. It's not an adversary, it's... well, I don't know how to describe it. But rest easy, because O probably won't destroy you. Probably. The man in the yellow shirt who changed his shape. What about him?
Making a note.
That poor lost soul is not the adversary. He has been trapped in the form of an abacus, but is not an abacus himself. Do not fear him. Pity him. Could it be Clarion?
Making a note.
He bursts out then laughing. I understand that her devotion to destruction might make her seem a monster, but like the rest of us, she's merely human. What is the man in blue with the pipe and all the strange numenera? Could he be the adversary?
Making a note.
Sir Arthur? No. He's a wanderer and a collector of knowledge, but his interest appears to be entirely beneficent. He's a strange one, it's true, but no, he's not the adversary. Of course. Clarion seems to hold you in high regard. She thinks you'd be a valuable ally in the endless battle.
Making a note.
I've got more pressing matters closer to home. The adversary, remember? I'm not going anywhere until we've dealt with that nightmare. I want to ask more question? No. Tell me about yourself. I told you they call me of the bloom. I was born there, and I knew nothing of the world outside for the longest time. I thought it was normal to play in passage made of gut and tissue, to hide from slavers in the diverticular, to watch visitants staggering in from other worlds. I learned how to read people there, and how to understand them. And one day I left the bloom and came to Sedge's Cliff, and I discovered the world was a different place than I thought. A better place. That's when I learned to fight. That's why I learned to fight. He gestures at himself. This isn't a warrior's body, not in a usual sense. He smiles, and a great pressure swells in your head and vanishes before you can even register alarm. But I'm not usual. No one in the Fifth Eye is. We're psychics, psionics, seers, call us mindbenders or thought rippers, but we're warriors. We keep the mind of Sedge's Cliff safe from the threats they don't even imagine. The old man growls. They go crazy if they're dead. Not they're really exact paragons of sanity in these times. What is this place? This is the Fifth Eye. You might think of it as a retirement home or veterans hospital, but it wasn't always this way. Look around you. He gestures at the pipes and the disused machinery. There's a reason we're here. Ask your questions. Can you tell me about the nature of the Fifth Eye? What do you mean when you said the veterans hospital? He raps on the nearby wall. It's a solid sound, no vibration. We don't know what this place was, though the pipes and the machinery make it seem like kind of pumping station. But what it is to us is, and then his mind whispers in yours, sanctuary. A crawling sensation like insects under your scalp. This is what the outside world is. You see an image of the city beneath you in writing with ribbons of light that flare in a million colors. Each of those ribbons is a thought, word, deed, and each calls out for their attention. His companion nods. Continues speaking. When we're here, we can dampen the noise. The voices become voluntary. We can still listen, but it's not insistent. Whatever else this building is, it's shielded, safe for kind. Tell me about the history of the Fifth Eye. The physically sensitive have been hiding here for generations. The endless battle of the Cobalt Breach, the rising blood, all the great psionic conflicts have victors and the defeated, but more importantly they have the wounded, the veterans. The scars of 1,000 metal battles slip away here. We can let our guards down. He drinks, and so we do. It's a long story. It's a long history. I should write it down sometimes, but he shrugs. I'm feeling lazy. What can you tell me about the adversaries? A good question, but if you show you. He closes his eyes and you feel an insistent nudge in your mind. Then your vision goes black and replaced with a nightmare. You see a void, oblivion, a place where black stars hang and shriek with formless rage. Violet lightning arcs through the sky and you witness enormous masses of pestilent orbs raging against each other. Streams of conscious thought rocket from them, and they scream of need, desire, hatred. Other emotions arise with them, wisps of mental energy that curl like steam, that brush your consciousness with a touch beslimed with the unknowable hungers of our alien mind. This luminous wisp quest through the visible cracks in the dimension walls. New worlds, unexpected minds, brilliant lights unfold in their adversary's decaying orbit, and present stars, winking out forever. They came through the bloom, shining in tenebrous at the same time, he whispers. They offered games, riches, promises for the future. I felt their passage and was afraid, and I hid my mind from their questing touch. I felt them reach for me, and I cowered in my shell. She lays a hand on Dama's shoulder. Those who didn't hide saw the lure, and they were drawn into that unwinnable mental game. Attracted by the light of the adversary's minds, they followed their own dreams into madness. Psychics and normal people alike, the ruin of the city's minds was... She shakes her head. You were wise enough to see beyond the lure and into the danger. You couldn't stand against them yourself, and so you hid. We all did. Not all, he grows. Some stood, they played the game and got cracked like low lobes. I felt them die and their spirits got sucked into the vortex of endless fear. You did the right thing, Dharma, and I've told you that before. Fine, fine, he replies, waving the words away. But you've seen what the adversaries are like now. Inhuman, with no negotiation. Maybe they're communicating with us and we don't understand them. But I will tell you, if this is their hello, I don't want anything else to do with them. So, those of us who survived the initial incursion gathered here. We set aside our differences, and we fought back, but not without our own losses. What are the adversaries? I don't know. What we see isn't the whole picture. We know that. It's an extrusion into our world, just a piece of the creature's psychic material. Maybe it's a conscious unit on its own. Maybe it's self-directed, but my deepest fear is that every adversary we've seen is the smallest piece of a singular entity, and that our pushback is drawing its attention ever so slowly towards us. He shivers. If you ever meet one, you'll know why that frightens me. How do you fight the adversaries? Are you thinking you might use a labyrinth to trap it? Don't do it. He steeples his fingers under his chin and considers, though, wait, it might work, it might. He looks at Theobus and Zybe. They exchange wordless communication and he shrugs. But he's a spotter. Someone trained to recognize their scent. He'd give them the briefest engagement enough to hit their appetites, and he'd bring them to the battlefield of our choosing. The adversary will tempt you with something. It will tap into the parts of your mind you had forgotten, ignite a desire. It will offer bargains, taste of power, and try to draw you towards its way of thinking. The key is to keep control of the imagery and the metaphors your minds conjure together. That's where I come in. He leans forward on the table, his gaunt face seeming even more drawn. I'd feel worse stories about Spotter. Help him build an internal story that seemed to mirror what the adversary told. I will lay pathway toward battlefield. He'd walk down the pathway and the adversary would be extruding itself into a wall right alongside him. His smile is hard and feral. And then we close over the axes and get to work cutting it to pieces. So, tell a story, resist the adversary metaphors, build in the details of your hardened mental space, draw it in, and then use your familiarity with the place to destroy the bastard. He swallows the rest of his drink. If you're going to try, and again, I can't empathize enough that you should seek our help, but if you do it alone, gods, I can't believe I'm saying this, if you do it alone, be careful. Can you tell me about the people here? He smiles a little wistful. Sure, but keep in mind most of them can hear us. Who did you want to gossip about? The others burst out laughing. He gestures about the bar. They've all got their stories. Some of them aren't from this world, some are even real. He summons another peal of laughter. He points his chin around the room. There's Tideredas, Zybe, Leto, Feriuk. He owned the place together. We've fought in all manners of war, battles and conflicts. We've travelled for some, worn Esper helmet for others, or projected ourselves across the world. But the worst was the adversaries. They were the true test for all of us. They forged our friendship tighter than any other experience could have. Best part of their sacrifice their lives or friends and our sanity for city, I'll never know. They keep up with their daily lives, and just assume the rest of matters is some effect of the numbeneras. Gave all the best part of our minds and then don't even care. Doesn't matter to me what the rabble think, but it'd be nice at least get some professional recognition. We've been over this, Theobus. We don't do it for ourselves, we do it because it's the right thing. Why does it matter if they know or not? The important thing is that you took action. Sure, thank the lives of people who flinch when they see me coming. I love seeing mothers snatch their children from my path. Clearing the insects from my battery is the next important step, and knowing that I took action because the ingrates of the Senjus Cliff won't even sell me a damn clean sheet. If they were dead, at least I could steal their sheets. What do you think the adversaries would go after once all the citizens were dead, friend? You think they head onto the world, leaving your mind glowing bright behind them? I could shoot myself, no problem. I did it when they came out, remember, just like you. Yes, I did, but I found help, and we hunted those bastards down and wiped most of them out. You? If you were alone here, you'd get tired of having to hide your true self around them and start cursing at them just so they'd notice you. He turns and holds his hands up. You see what I've to put up with this? Ask for a modicum of respect and instead get mockery. I don't know why we pay any attention to this old gallows glass. Let's talk about Theobus. Theobus, despite his terrible complexion, gaunt face, bird-like nose, and questionable taste in haberdashery, actually I'm trying to think of any redeemable qualities that might offset all of this. I'm right here, you know. He ignores his friend. Ah, yes, despite all these obvious disadvantages, Theobus has become one of the preeminent warriors of language in the entire world. You can laugh, but the old saying is undeniably true. The tongue with the word is deadlier than the hand with the sword. Unless the sword hand gets to you before you can make someone else get in the way, he mutters. He laughs. He can plant words in your mind that will activate and weaponize your body against itself. With a word he can he can spin illusions inside your skull. He knows the hidden receptors and compartments of the mind, and he can whisper lock you dead. That's a fair enough assessment, huh? His friend nodded. Let's talk about Ziobi. Let's know. Nonsense! Ziobi is our enforcer, our telekinetic. She summons visions for us to distract our foes, projects deadly energy, and harnesses the power of the physical world to anchor us or our enemies, while they deliver the killing blow. She also let us focus on our energy through her. She is what you might call our heavy weaponry, because she makes the immaterial world much, much more tangible. While we frolic in a playground of the mind, she is concerned with more earthly matters. How poetic, you old scholar! Truly, you took the words straight from my... Why, you dirty thief! He holds his hand up in surrender. You were practically shouting, Ziobi. How could I help but listen? Let's talk about Feriog. The smile slips from her face, but she says nothing. He doesn't look toward the bar, but his mood turns sober. A true empath. I will spot her back when we could do the work. A brave man, aware of the risk he took. Psychically sensitive, able to catch the lure of the adversaries and willing to run with it. If it hadn't been for him, we'd never had the success we did. He looks down at the table. The last one we fought caught him. It took his... He pauses, lost in thoughts. He steps in. It took some of the things that makes him special. He can't spot for us anymore. His powers aren't what they are. He's a shadow of his old self. Well, the old skid saga has all things anyway. He raises his glass towards the bartender and drops it on the table as Ziobi punches his arm. Oh, that's bad luck, you know? Don't you speak an ill word about him, Theoborus, not after what he did. You know how I feel about Ferric, Ziobi. He swishes the liquid left in the glass, his head and voice lowered. Before he lost his power, he was one of the best of our team. One of the best I've ever known. They all nod. He cackles, but don't tell him. I said so. Let's talk about Leto. She's our seer, our presence. She knew where the adversary were going to be. She knew when they'd be there, so we could set ourselves in time. His voice is somber. But they grew wise to her. They threw themselves through probability space, played the game of maybe with her, and they were better than she was. Not so loud. It wasn't her fault. I've never said that. He radiates tension. The adversaries got better than all of us. We are lucky they only... He wipes a tear from his eye. We're lucky we only took the losses we did. How did you all come to this place? He frowns. It calls us. It was bacon. It was warm and welcoming. The first time I set foot inside these doors, the noise from the outside world lessened. It didn't disappear. I could focus and hear it as I wished, but I could let down my guard, relax. He looks around the room. I would brag the same is true of all the others. Let's see. Again. So I'm through this. Okay. Good! Then we get another save. Oopala. It's another save, and then we're trying to test. Are you the psychic projection? Me? No, indeed. In fact, I'm projecting him now. It's my power that makes the projection possible. If everybody here focus on physicality, best of luck. I know these. Who is he? Feriok. She laughs delighted. I won't even ask how you figured that out. If you guess, it was a lucky guess, but your instinct were right. But then her face falls. To be honest, it was not a lucky guess. It was just not intuition. It's like he's the only one that kind of everybody's talking sad about. I began manifesting him after he was killed. He was our spotter. This is the point. He lost his skill, like, in parentheses. So this is why I thought he's the only one that can be this because he lost all he can do. I began manifesting him after he was killed. He was our spotter, the man who saw the adversaries and lured them to our battleground. But the last adversary we fought, it was ready for us. It caught hold of the lure he offered, and it followed his mind all the way to reality. It burned. She paused, chokes back a sob. It burned him from the inside. She looks into the distance. He lured it to us, and with his dying will made it into place. It was a sacrifice any of us would have made, Siobi, no matter who was in that position. He speaks softly, as if trying to convince himself. She continues. The adversary didn't pay attention to us, even as we poured our heaviest attack on it. It was too absorbed in destroying Feriok, tearing apart instead of defending itself, as if its first priority was in blinding us instead of preserving itself. Her voice turns hard. We beat it though. So as long as I'm breathing, I will keep his memory alive. I will serve this drink and make his bad jokes, and everyone here will feel welcome. It's the least I can do in his name. What can you tell me about adversaries? Oh, okay, we already had that. Okay, so... I'm stuck.
Of course.
I didn't see that. That was a nice stuck. Another update. Do tell. I talked to Siobi. She refuses to leave the bar. A pity. She's strong and wise. Perhaps the others are willing to test themselves. Okay, just... I mean, I'm kind of thinking about... oh, Earth of the Adversary. Not the Adversary. Dama thinks that the adversary is somewhere close, watching him and his friends. That means it's somewhere in the fifth eye, but it must be concealed itself from them. Okay, let's just look at every corner I can.
I'm going.
I'm kind of confused. This music, I was thinking that came from outside the window.
Ellie, who drew all over you? It looks like they didn't finish. Or your lines can't make up their mind.
They're in good company then.
You look like a poor man's treasure map. Treasure.
Ellie! Why are you doing that? Don't do that.
On my way.
Something suspicious around here. I see smoke pouring out of gas or whatever this is.
Done.
Done. How should I know what they're searching for?
On it.
Maybe fire. There's some more. I'm a bit confused.
To action!
Yeah. Mr. Gloomy Man. To action.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, I can't see anything. Huh. Oh, what's this? A fancy card might have come from a cigar. Smell vomit. Ew. Oh, I'm kind of out of gases. It's strange. It says it's nearby. So. Maybe it's outside. Must be somewhere. If he says it's around the corner, then it must be somewhere. Can just plop in and out if it wants what it wants. I want to know where the thing is. Is it you? is it you? The mirror above the door depicts 5 people, their positioning suggesting trust and comrades. This is so strange. Okay. Oh. Where did you see Run again? Yeah. I did it in my head. No. Maybe because you saw on the 5th eye again. It's her though in my head, I know it is. Okay, maybe I can kill this thing.
Sure enough.
Would be stupid, but who knows?
On it.
Oh, I need. I mean, give me a bit of a hint, please. Maybe I can ask them. Are you an adversary? Look. Are you an adversary? Oh, yeah, sure.
All right.
Can I kill you? Try to listen. Unmade me. Only made but a piece of all of it. Let's kill strangle you. The fingers dig deeper. She's not just compressing your trachea, she's tearing your throat out. You choke and cough, drowning on your blood, but she's latched inside you, and the last thing you see is a red twisted face. Okay, I'm dead.
I can't die.
Wait, what? What? Wait, what? Okay, where the heck no map. Daughter's Phantom. Holy shit, she needed to kill me. Well, this is something special. Ghostly woman, hello. It's the same ghostly woman who strangled you, but the fury is gone with her face replaced with confusion. She looks around. Her gaze falls on the large machine and lingers there. Finally she noticed you. She steps forward, a hint of trepidation in her eyes. Where are we? Do you know? How do I know that machine? It frightens me, and I don't know why. I think we're in a labyrinth, a construct of my mind. Of your mind? Yet it feels familiar to me. She looks around her again, frowning, but even though it feels familiar, I recognize almost nothing in it. Yes, perhaps it's your mind after all. I do remember one thing. She puts her hand to the side of her head. I was angry, enraged there. She turns on you. I don't know how, but there are women like me born throughout the city. Repeatedly, against their will. My memories are flitting back to me like flies, but drove them away. What do you mean? They are compelled into existence. She bites her lip, uncertain. Then she nods. It's just a memory, but something is forcing my memory into the minds of women throughout the city.
Making a note.
She takes your hand in hers. It's wrong. I don't know how I know, but... She looks away, lost in her own thoughts. When she turns back to you, there's more certainty in her voice. Find them. Find the women becoming like me, or already like me. Maybe I remember more. Maybe we can do something. Look, you follow her fingers through glowing form when there before was nothing. It's a member. You found one of them already, the woman created by the engine. So how many of them are there? Have you found any more of the women? How do I find women? We have to help them. How do I find these women? They are the real word and sages. You may have met them without realizing it. I only have vague impressions of them. I know that one of them is a leader. She has sacrificed much of her life and so gained life in return. She shakes her head as though to clear it. I'm sorry, I can tell you more than that. One of them offers joy and sorrow for coin. Her family is not her own. It's borrowed, I think. Sorry, can you? One of them is dead, and yet a piece of her lives. Find that piece. Oh no. No. Shit. Ugh. Oh. Ugh. A leader. I don't forget, we must know. What the fuck? The siege, he says, watching the scene in front of you. I remember the siege, when the Talbot came to destroy Saggage Cliff. Oh, remember it? I think it happened a long time ago. Didn't it? Did it? I'm only a broken memory, apparently. What do I know of time? A wry smile plays on her lips. After a long quiet moment, she nods at those coming a decision. I was there. I remember the screams, the terror. The Talbot came, many of them mounted on the draggers, each of them with a stranger, more terrifying weapon than the one before. Sages could have been fallen, like Swenna and Ikan, 100 villages before us, but it didn't. We fought them off. It's coming back to me. These are my memories. She shakes her head. But what does it have to do with the other women? I don't know. There's more to this story. I need your help to find it. Okay. This burning building looks like homes you've seen in Saggage Cliffs, but a bunch more older style. This is familiar, but heat the rubble as well as smell burning wood and flesh feels very real. Yes. Blood-curdling moans can be heard from inside the structure, but there's no way in. I can't help this person. I'm sorry. There, a warm deck machine. You feel dizzy whenever you go near. I need to get kind of somehow out of here to get back in the real world. Whatever that is. Oh, that is. Found it.
All right.
So, girl with a coin, a dead person. Didn't I find a dead person? A new beginning. What? I'm glad you came out of the door. The thing just showed up. I didn't know what to expect. Do you know who the ghostly woman is in that fathom? He shakes his head. I don't know anything about that one. That way is blocked. He shrugs. It's not surprising, really. It's your mind, not mine. Most likely she's just a lacuna, a construct of your buried memories. Either that or she's a reflection of someone you met in real life. Whoever or whatever she is, she probably isn't real. You're the only one with that distinction. He chuckles to himself. And me, by extension. Yeah. Bye.
Fine.
Well, I have the feeling the thing will grow. Grow bed and grow bed and grow and grow and grow and grow and grow. So, am I alive? Did I lose any life points or something like that? I think I survived.
Sure you don't want to lie down for a bit longer?
Wait.
On my way.
Why is the gas still here? Well, this is strange. Can I talk to you? Do you know that you're a projection? Dama said you're blind. What does that mean? He laughs. I used to be spotter for this gang. Means I could sense the presence of the adversaries, build an attractive playground for them and draw them after me. The last one I faced, though, his face falls and draws to himself, it burned me out. It put out my eyes. It burnt me out. It put out my... And he's back to normal, smiling as nothing had happened. You are crazy, my friend. Now we have to find women. A dead one. I know what a dead one is. I don't know if she means that girl. Find a woman. Oh, this is so complicated. Will I ever leave this fucking place? I mean, at least the rest of the bit. Nope. Okay, I have to make that first. So there's this house here.
Of course.
There's corpse. A female corpse. Okay, it's not her. Coin. It's a coin, a death one. That little leader thing, I have to go still. Because of... You're not the coin person, are you? Are you? No! Can I get your hamsters if you're a crazy person? Ah, you're so cute. Are you the person who's crazy? I mean, quite not literally crazy, but do you have a person in your mind? Do you think you have a person in your mind? As you regard this girl, you're struck by a spark of recognition. Though the hardly look the same, something about her reminds you of the ghost. Ah! I'm good! You encounter in the fifth eye. The little girl still sits outside the old house, still playing the flute. She smiles as you approach. Song today, ma'am? Let me ask you something. Alright. You remind me of someone I met in the fifth eye. Her eyes narrow suspiciously. People they say that to me sometimes. They think I'm one of those girls who are becoming someone else, but I'm not. At least not anymore. Not anymore? What do you mean?
Making a note.
When I was younger, I used to feel like there was another person who was always nearby, just out of sight. Sometimes she even slipped into my mind, and I would hear a voice. She glances away. I think I was supposed to become her. Her smile flashes then, and she looks back at you. But I wouldn't. Every night in my dreams we fought, and every night I won. After a while she got weaker and weaker, and I couldn't hear her voice at all. Now she's gone, and I've never heard from her again. Do you anything more about her? No, and I don't want to. I don't think we had much in common. Maybe that's why I could fight her off, and the other girls can't. She shivers. I'm just glad she's gone. Let's talk about something else. Okay, then let's... Was dreams. Why is okay, I guess this is the coin girl. And the dad and the leader. The leader is the... I know the leader. Haha. Miss Slavery. Delightful indeed. Delightful. Oh, it's getting time. I really need to open the windows. It's hot. PC is burning the room. Temperature. And everything itself. Burn, burn, burn.
Allegern, you are lucky to have met me.
My thoughts exactly.
We're sharing thoughts? That's wonderful. Oh, listen. What am I thinking now?
I'm going to leave Allegern alone.
I love them so much. They're so cute. He's amazing. Woman with a coin. So you're the leader, I presume. Up. Nope, nope, nope. Okay, not, nope. Okay, not a leader. Leader. Chin. You're not a leader. Mama, you, Kashmir? Are you a leader? We struck a bargain, revered one. We would be poor in spirit indeed if we did not honor our promises. Yet I see the clock remains unfixed, and you bring us no new knowledge of its working. Oh, it's the he, I'm sorry. He was regretful. Okay, it's not him, her either. What the heck is that? What the heck is that? I did not see that before. A creature floats before you, hidden inside the bulk of its armor, clothed robes, and unmoving and unmoved by your presence. Exactly who or what the thing is, man or machine, mutant or monster, it's impossible to discern. Its glass face reveals nothing but your reflection. Its mechanical voice reads nothing at all. Recall that this creature is known as Philethus, but you don't know anything else about them. Exquisite! Yeah, the Philethus grates in greeting perhaps, or perhaps lost in its own inscrutable thoughts. Why, thank you! The Philethus does not acknowledge his quip, or even his existence in any way. The creature's thoughts are as obscure as its glass face. It's as though it weren't even there. Thank you for the compliment. The glass does not create, though it bends. For a moment it stretches uncomfortably. You feel the cold scrutiny of the Philethus upon you. At last it speaks again. The sun cannot warm the vastness between the worlds. The Philethus' place glass gaze bores you through your skin and sees more than others do. It seems to be seeking something from you. Do you know anything about the sorrow, about the resonance chamber built by the changing god? Silence lingers long until at last the Philethus speaks. I know it shall be 3. I know he first cannot be trusted. I know one changes as you change. I know they seek an undoing. A glass face storms, but the Philethus says no more. What do you want from me? The Philethus ponders silently until at last it asks, when you face quarrel, why did you not step first with your left foot? I assumed it placed me in a better position. The Philethus accepts your answer in silence, and after a long pause replies, in his vault the cloven one reads from his great book to his disciples. He sleeps and awakens, and he's forgotten his place, has forgotten this place in the grimoire. He begins anew. The book is part of him. He has no legs and takes no steps. I'm sorry. It is his own self from which he reads. It is his own self that is incomplete. It is his own self that binds him in the vault of his own mind. Eldrin steps toward the Philethus. You speak of Dinanruk, the one who sits in the water between the worlds. You've seen her. The Philethus whirs and rumbles, the low is a tad, perhaps a negation, perhaps an acknowledgement. Eldrin grows in frustration. You've been following me. In memory, cause follows effect. In rain, the colors run. A long rumble suggests that the Philethus has more to say, but nothing emerges. What more do you want from me? When the Philethus at last answers, the mechanical voice seems to creak. You did not accept your fall. When you are served the bitter root, will you eat? Yes. The Philethus is silent, showing neither satisfaction nor dismay at your response. Gold and indigo tide raised. Why are you so interested in my choices? In its slow rumble the Philethus replies, they are not yours. Fourth wall breaking! At words so rushed they almost jungled together, the Phyllis asked, "When you stood in a place of shifting floors, which way did your shadow fall?" Beside me. The long rumble echoes from inside the Phyllis' robes, changing in last two words. "In the village of Thome it is written, the eremite Alexis descended deep into the darkness, for he could not bear to see his shadow." What do your questions mean? What do you want? Yes, the single flat word lingers in the air until the Phyllis asks, "What is the answer?" Perhaps the thing wants you to answer your own question. You want to understand why I have done what I've done. The Phyllis accept your answer silently, giving no clue as to what passes with its impervious ropes, behind its impenetrable mask. At last the thing replies, "The nose does not smell with birds." Silver Tide. Still more questions? No. Very well. As you step away, the philosopher swivels to keep his glass face trained upon you. Exquisite. And now we will kill it! Kill it! Tell me about yourself! Oops. I didn't want to do that! No! And now we kill it. Tell me about yourself. What? Over 50%, boy. It can give me that. It's a freebie. It's a freebie. It's a freebie, boy. Oh shit, time's running. And now we kill it. Tell me about yourself. Thank you. Critical success! Yay! The stat pool spent on effort restored. Holy shit. The Avatrol whistles wild, runs, a fearful sound, perhaps even for the Avatrol? The whistle because of the gaping hole in his skulls. Whether the Philosopher's intends an insult, a joke, or something else is entirely unclear. Apparently this is what passes for effusiveness in the Philosopher's. Please tell me about yourself in a way I can understand. No. Okay, farewell. Why are you up there? There it is, boy. Are you the search woman? You are a leader. You were a leader. Du schaust so viel Rocket Beans, ehrlich, ey.
Go.
Go! Hallo? Oder ist das dein Versuch, wach zu bleiben? Okay. Oh. Wir gehen mal den Nummer. What's enclave? Out of the way, Scab. Oh, he's a little one. Brain, 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 brain. I remember. I remember. I don't know if it's a man or a woman, but it looks like something. Are you a man? Damn it, it's a man. A stout middle-aged man stands atop the execution platform. He wears the badge of the official, and a fringe of dreadlocks hang down of shoulders from his otherwise bald pate. He gives you a disinterested look as you approach. Please stay back with the others. What's going on here? Okay, bist du jetzt geistig gestört oder was? Ich frag bloß vorsichtshalber. Hast du getrunken? Wenn du trinkst, muss ich dich einweisen lassen, Mann. He casts a brief glance over his shoulder towards Riz. The prisoner Riz of Floodwater is being publicly executed as warning to all who flout the laws of Sedge's Cliff. What is Riz' crime? Treason. He sold state secrets to the enemy of Sedge's Cliff. Yeah, you know. How does execution work? He sighs. Another rustic. It is very simple, ma'am. Our nanos induce him in a hallucinogenic state. In this state, he experiences visions, nightmares really. He speaks of the things he sees, and his words become flesh as they leave his mouth. You shape the flesh into a human-like form, the death you see beside him. He gestures toward the hideous figure, which looked more made of rotten viscera. As more strands escape his mouth, his death wraps them around him, and they slowly crush the life out of him. Once the condemned is dead, the devourer of wrong will eat the corpse. He raises his chin proud. Thus is justice upheld in Sedge's Cliff. What do his words mean? He shrugs. Some believe there is wisdom to be gained from the retaining of the condemned. I've never gleaned any. Others say that the torment of the condemned means nothing, but it tears would-be criminals who committed offence of their own. I've never noticed that to be true either. Why does the devourer of wrong eat executed criminals? He smiles grim. He is of the Dendra who can suck the memories of the dead from the marrow, and those memories is not only the proof that the condemned were guilty, but also the names of their compatriots and other associates. Many of the accomplices has been found under the belly of the devourer. I'm sure Riz wasn't working alone. We'll find all his friends soon enough. Oh fuck, so I have to save him, or Tibber is dead. What would it take to free Riz? He laughs and sobers quickly. The only thing that could free him would be a pardon from the council, and for a luckless nobody like this, that's about as likely as me growing wings. I want to talk to Riz. It's not impossible. No one speaks to the condemned. That is against the rules. I don't want to do that. A leader. And a dead one. A leader and a dead one. A leader and a dead one. A dead woman. Maybe the, what? You had a daughter? Cool, you had a daughter. Are you female? Are you female?
It wouldn't hurt you to smile once in a while.
It would hurt someone, all right.
Your smiles are dangerous. Your laughter must be deadly.
Oh shit, I love Alice. I love this guy so much. I love this guy so much. He's the best fucking companion you can ever have. Is it her? Crook Creek? No, you're not a leader. Are you dead? You're half dead. There's something on the hook. Barrington? You're not really a leader. There was this woman, but she's gone now. God damn it. Mappa is male. McKellar. Maybe McKellar. Nope. You're dead. You're not male, female, so... Meine Finger riechen immer noch nach Knoblauch und Lavendel. Yes. Das erinnert mich daran, dass mein Petersilie mit Blattläusen befallen ist und mein Lavendel eingegangen ist, weswegen ich Blattläuse habe, weil Lavendel Blattläuse abhält. Ich finde es eigentlich nicht schön. Anscheinend habe ich es übergossen und das nervt mich. Das macht mich traurig und wütend. Ich meine, wie blöd muss man sein, beschissene Kräuter zu übergießen, ey. Das ist ein riesiges, beschissenes Ding, weißt du? Das stellst du in der Ecke und dann lässt es stehen für Jahre. Ich habe einfach mal 2 Flaschen reingegossen, damit ich es nie wieder gießen muss. War zu viel. This woman expression defies easy definition. It is cool and professional, but focused, interested. She nods at you and claps her hands. I haven't seen you in here before, she says. Her voice is oddly muted. Before we begin, you should understand where we are. She gestures to one of the plant-like structures nearby. This is the red thicket. No one can listen in our conversation here. You can only hear me because I'm speaking to you directly. One of her eyebrows arches suddenly. You're trying to scan my thoughts. You won't find anything in my mind, of course. If it could be undone by so simple a trick, I'd be out of business. She flicks the air near her shoulder, though nothing's there. It's a useful skill nonetheless. People's best secrets are rarely found on the surface, but their thoughts can guide you, if you listen. I expect you and I will have much to talk about. Who are you? Have you come to trade? I can't read your thoughts, but you can read mine? No. She gives you a reassuring smile. If I could, I would have no need to trade now, would I? Don't worry, I'm a broker, not a thief. Trade what? I'm a knowledge broker, she says. A hunter of information. Come to me with questions, and if I have answers, I will trade them. She straightens further and blinks once, managing to make a simple action look as though it was planned in advance. My pricing is simple. A secret for a secret. The only condition is that it must be one I do not already know. I should warn you that I know a great deal. How do I know you won't claim to know a secret you've never heard before? A fair question. If she is offended, she doesn't show it. But I don't bother with assurance. You can either judge my honesty yourself or take your business elsewhere. Sounds like a fair deal. It is, but there is something you should know. Anything you choose tell me will, of course, be traded to others in due time. A rare slight smile grazes her lip. In short, if you wish to keep something a secret, don't tell it to me. Why don't you trade these secrets directly to the people involved? A number of reasons, but chiefly this: I'm a broker, not a blackmailer. Okay. Good. I want to propose something different. I trade you information for a secret you find interesting. Farewell. That is strange. I already know everything. Huh. I'm afraid you caught the two of us acting like children. You can hear a thing I'm saying to my colleague here, can you? So... Not the best time for a chat, sorry. I'm handling multiple negotiations at once. Bit distracted. Not now. Do you mind? I'm trying to have a serious conversation with my doctor. Oh, hello, hello. I'll be with you in a moment. Erothor Brandon. I like how there's no sounds right here. This slim man looks to be in good shape, and though his face remains hidden within his hood, he carries himself with confidence. His clothing exudes something like smoke that makes him look a bit like a ghost, perhaps a man who can't be found if he does want to be. Erothor Brandon, he says. Pleasure. I'm a Merce. Head of the Inthon Spectre Company. What brings you to the Red Thick? Tell me about the Inthon Spectre Company. We do infiltration mostly, he says with a smooth letter and price he's given the speech before. Sabotages, assassinations, assaulted hostile recovery. Sometimes the city hires to handle local threats, problematic tribes, roaming predators, you name it. He chuckles. Pretty quiet these days. Not like when we got started. Our first big job was a series of assaults in the Endless Battle. She looks familiar. The tattoo especially. Can't think why I'd know her though. His eye flicks to your tattoo for an instant. What is the Endless Battle? Really? He says, cocking an eyebrow. Alright, it's basically like it sounds. A fight that's given people like me a solid payday for more generations than anyone could count. He shrugs. As far as I heard, it's a scrap between rival factions of the changing gods It's a rival factions of the changing gods cast-offs. What about? I couldn't tell you. He cracks a grin. Getting interested in the why of a war always ends up being bad for business. What did you do in the Endless Battle? Can't say, he says automatically. Contracts. You understand? All I can tell you is the Chalcedon pays on time, and that's more than I can say for some of the employees I had the other years. Besides, one of the best jobs we've ever had. Come on, you can't tell me anything. We're in the right thicket, remember? You got a point, he says, flashing a grin. All right. Our objectives involved suppressing information without being seen. We lost more than we could afford, but the Chalcedon made sure we got paid more than our fair share, and really that's all I'm going to say. Now my turn for question. It's not just the tattoo that gives you the way. It's not just the tattoo that gives you away. I know you, don't I? Where from? We fight together? Fight each other? What is it? His hands drops to a pocket near his hip. Tell the truth now. I will know if you're lying. Your thoughts don't tell me anything. I will have to try a direct approach. You focus on the man, his features, and open your mind. Can we trust them? You hear yourself say, your voice muted by the years. They're mercenaries, your companion replies. Of course we can. That's not what I meant, you snap. Can we trust them to finish the work? If not, kill them now. There's no time for uncertainty. We return to the present just in time to hear Rico speak again. Well, are you going to tell me how we know each other or not? I was also in the Endless Battle. Say no more, he says, raising a hand. Should have known with that tattoo and all. My curiosity does get the better of me. Can you read my thoughts? He backs out a loud laugh. The only way you'd know that if you could read mine, too. Useful skill, isn't it? Most of the time, anyway. What is your company doing, Sagittarius? Negotiations, he said shortly. I'm between meeting with a few council representatives. They may want us for some ongoing work. He shows his teeth. A bit of a bidding war going on right now, to be honest. We in demand. So long as all sides are interested, the strongest will prevail, as it should be. And there's something in that satisfaction behind that smile that catches your notice. He isn't just happy at the prospect of solid payday. It's the smile of a man who believes that everything is going according to plan. Farewell. Ugh, time's up. Time's now. I have to go. Yeah, you can see me. Something like that. So that's safe. Yay, let's take this. So. My throat hurts from talking. Too much talk. Okay, thank you very much for watching. I wish you a wonderful weekend, a beautiful day, beautiful sleep, and I hope you had the best amazing day ever in your whatever day alive. And if not, I'm sorry. And good night, I guess, and next time, maybe. Where the heck is my music? There's my music. I thank you very much for watching again. I'm sorry, my brain is like literally melting. And see you next week, I guess. Have fun. Have a beautiful weekend. Bye bye.